Madam Chairman, we're live.
We're going to call this meeting to order. We'll dispense with the roll call this morning. It looks like the same folks that we had yesterday are online and in the room. Welcome back, everybody. Before we begin with our agenda, my co-chair texted me this morning, and we had a really wonderful tour of this beautiful facility yesterday and learned a lot about the men and women who have served our country and heard some really extraordinary stories, all kind of told through this narrative of vehicles, military vehicles. And as we think about, some of those individuals, our country got some really sad news yesterday about what's happening in Afghanistan. We've lost, our service members, and just thinking about the people in Afghanistan as well who are struggling with the unrest there and more loss of life. So if we could just have a quick moment of silence to honor those people who lost their lives and sacrificed so greatly for our country, and as well as the people in Afghanistan who are suffering. Thank you, committee members. Madam Co-Chair, did you want to add anything in that regard?
No, ma'am. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, thank you, everyone, for joining us. This is day 2 of the Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources Committee. The first item on our agenda is to get an update from the Southwest Wyoming Off-Roads Trails Group, affectionately known as SWAT. And so today, I think we've got some individuals who'd like to tell us about their group and what they're doing. So please come on up. I believe we have Mark. And so for those of you who have not testified or appeared before our committee, it's generally custom to come to the microphone and turn it on. That way people on the Zoom and YouTube can hear you. And then usually you identify yourself for the record, and then all questions and comments come through the chairman. So you'll address me, and then you can respond to committee members' questions after that. So we have with us an individual from State Parks, but also from the SWAT group. So I don't know how you two want to handle it, who wants to go first in presenting, but I'll leave that up to you.
Sure, I'd be happy to jump right in. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mark Tesoro from Southwest Wyoming Off-Road Trails, also called SWAT, S-W-O-T, from Evanston. I appreciate the chance to come up and talk with the committee about the project. I've spoken with many of you in advance in the past couple of months, detailing the project so far, and I appreciate each of you taking the time to visit with me. And if I haven't spoken with you in advance, my apologies, but I did try and reach out to many of you. The SWAT project, Southwest Wyoming Off-Road Trails, is an economic development project for Southwest Wyoming. About 1.5 years ago, I approached the Economic Development Commission down in Evanston and presented to them an idea of connecting Southwest Wyoming with a series of off-road trails in order to connect the communities and bring people into the state using ATVs and side-by-sides. And the committee had it was a very good meeting with the committee, but they asked me to put together a working group after that meeting and explore the possibility if something like this would be feasible, if it would be possible. And so I thought about it and thought it would be something that would be, I thought at first that maybe it would be something that they would want to do, but they kind of pushed it back in my lap. So I turned around and reached out to a friend of mine in Evanston, Rick Schuler, who is the husband of Senator Wendy Schuler. And I worked with Rick Schuler on a scenic byway project outside of Evanston about 20 years ago. And he was also the district ranger for the Uinta Mountains for the forest about 30 miles outside of Evanston. And in that forest, they already have 350 miles of ATV trails existing and have had many people using those trails for a lot of years. And once I approached him with the idea, he said, "This is a great idea. I've wanted to try and get something like this going, but could never find the right partner. And really, there's no connection between the communities and the forest other than people passing through to go to the forest. They're either camping or staying in RVs or in maybe like some small lodges up there, but those people aren't coming into the communities. And he said, you know, this would be a great way to bring those people into town. So one of the first meetings we had was with a couple of different interested parties, and Senator Schuler also came and just started thinking about the process of getting the trail system off the ground by having accessibility into and out of the communities. Really, that is the key focus of the Trails Project, is opening up a pathway to get into and out of the communities. We approached the city council in Evanston, and also the county commission, and pitched the idea to them, and they were also somewhat receptive, but they had a lot of questions. We worked through some work sessions for most of the summer and different meetings in talking with them, and we're able to get the city council and the county commission both to sign off on the project with the city ordinance in Evanston, that they approved the use of ATVs and side-by-sides on city streets just after the first of the year this year. And as I was driving over here this morning, I thought how fitting it was that this meeting was here in Du Bois, because Du Bois is really the model of city ordinance that SWAT and Evanston and the other communities have signed off to. Many of you may have seen ATVs and side-by-sides driving in town here the last couple of days. They are noticeable, people are driving them, and they've had a city ordinance in place here, and we just adopted what they've done. So I thought that was really fitting that the meeting was here. One thing the county commissioners had said early on is that since there's so much checkerboarded land in Southwest Wyoming, that they really wanted to have some landowner buy-in to the project. And so through 2 different landowner meetings that we had last year, both of them very well attended, between 20 and 30 people coming to those. They wanted us to basically inform the landowners, not necessarily to get their buy-in and rubber stamp it, but just to at least inform them. And of course, many of their questions were, you know, what about trespassing? What about littering? What about speeding? What about signage? And so part of the reason that we worked with the landowners is to understand their point of view, but then also to try and maybe come up with some addressing of those issues. Rick was a member of the State Trails Council for about 20 years, so he had some great connections at the state level on trails. And so he reached out very early on to the State Trails Office, Forrest Kaminga, Chris Floyd, Dave Glenn, State Trails, State Outdoor Rec, State Parks Office, and we gave this same presentation to them. We would like to connect the communities with a series of off-road trails, and they thought it was a great idea. And so part of the partnership with the State Trails program is to enroll the communities into the project and enroll their city streets and county roads into it, so that when you buy a $15 sticker, that money would help support the on-the-ground work, which would be signage, mapping, maintenance, law enforcement. And so really the state has been on board with our projects almost since day one. Again, the accessibility into and out of the communities is just so paramount that when we started working with the landowners and got them to buy in, then the county really decided, okay, this is something that we can support. We asked for about 90 roads to be enrolled in the trail system, and they ended up enrolling 13, at least to get it off the ground, and open up the possibility for us to connect from Evanston to Bridger Valley. Sorry, I'm way off on the screens, but you can go ahead and click onto the next slide. Our motto from very early on last year was that we want to connect the communities, connect the forest, and connect the sites, or the historical sites in Southwest Wyoming. My wife and kids and I are mountain bikers, and we vacation every year down in Moab. And I've always seen many ATVs and side-by-sides riding up and down on the roads there. And I've always thought, what a great great shot in the arm to their economies they have in southern Utah, because all these people are recreating down there. And why don't we do something like this in Southwest Wyoming? And so we came up with the motto that 1,000 miles of trails starts right in Evanston. And it's been pretty exciting to see the progression of that. We don't have the natural wonders that they may have in some other places, like in southern Utah, Zions, Canyonlands, Arches, but we have our own interesting and exciting stuff to see in Southwest Wyoming. Historic Fort Bridger, Fossil Butte National Monument, Oregon Trail, Mormon Trail, Boar's Tusk, Red Desert. There really is a lot of fantastic points of interest that people could be coming to Southwest Wyoming and see. Okay, next slide. So again, I'd mentioned the work with the state trails and the outdoor rec office. Once they had heard the pitch and wanted to get on board with it, they started coming to a lot of the meetings just to help offer some input and some background and some help just in ideas on how to launch this whole thing. And Chris Floyd has been to many of the meetings with me, public meetings, and we've had multiple public meetings to try and inform as many people and get them on board as much as possible. On our working group and people that may have heard this presentation in the past year and a half, everyone from city councils, mayors, county commissioners, BLM, Game and Fish, Wyoming Business Council, Rotary, Chambers of Commerce, everyone and anyone that we can get to listen to the project, we've tried to pitch and include. And in our working group, we've had a lot of different buy-in from different communities. The mayor from Kemmer, for example, is on our board. The chief of police in Evanston is on our board. Sheriff's Department is on our board. Okay, next slide. So the public engagement and support, after both Evanston signed off on their ordinance and the county commissioners approved their ordinance as well, we started looking at other communities, and other communities started hearing about what we were doing. And so they started approaching SWAT and saying, how can we get involved in this? And the first phase one of our project was to connect Evanston to Bridger Valley. Let's get people on what we call the old Lincoln Highway Trail. The historic Lincoln Highway goes right from Evanston to Bridger Valley. And so we worked with the county commission to open that up. Very logical, well maintained, easy trail to ride on, county road almost the whole way. And so with the public engagement and support, we started talking to the other city councils, and they started buying into it as well. Senator Schuler helped me give a presentation to the Lyman and Mountain View town councils. Both of them approved their ordinances earlier this summer. Okay, next slide. Me being in newspapers, I ran into Senator Dockstetter, who is also, of course, in newspapers, at a Wyoming Press convention in early 2020. And I pitched the idea to him just out of the blue. I said, what do you think of something like this? Is it something that you think that maybe Lincoln County would want to get behind? And he said, absolutely, that they have a trail system that already exists in Lincoln County, and they would want to tie in with what we're working on down in Uintah County, so that it would expand the trail system even further and open up more of Southwest Wyoming. So Senator Dockstetter started attending some of the meetings that we had as well. We had a big meeting in Evanston to talk to landowners and interested parties. Senator Dockstetter came down for that. It was given by a gentleman named Brian Bremner, who was the county planner for Garfield County Trails in southern Utah, place where they've had a trail system in place for about 20 years. He talked about the benefits to those communities down there and was very excited to share his information with us, and thought it would be great. He has a brother that lives in Star Valley, Afton area, and he knew all about Southwest Wyoming, and he thought it would be great. Senator Dockstader came to that meeting, and then has been at several other city council meetings with me to help present, including Marbleton, Big Piney, and Kemmer and Cokeville. And all of those communities have basically signed on to the project and open up their city streets to ATVs and OHVs. So the enrolled routes that we have, again, are the Lincoln Highway Trail. And what we did was try and create a large loop that would come out of Evanston, going over to Bridger Valley. You could see the historic Piedmont Kilns, the Oregon Trail, Fort Bridger, and then up into the forest, use the Forest Service trail system, and then back into Evanston. That's roughly about a 100-mile loop, and really is kind of what people are looking for in the off-road community, is big loops that they can go out. They don't want to necessarily ride in and out on the same trail. They want to go out and see something different by doing a loop.
Mr. Tesoro,
Yes.
I think we've got a question.
Please.
Representative Flitner.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Would you mind just stepping up there, and I can't see this very well on the handout, and just walking us through the route? I mean, just defining the start and the stop and just the communities that you're talking about that you just referenced.
Okay, so Evanston is right where Chris is pointing.
Okay.
And part of the trail system would be going along I-80, using the old Lincoln Highway, the historic Lincoln Highway, and then back into the Piedmont Kilns, which is a historic site in Evanston, or in Uintah County, and then back into Fort Bridger. That's the fort right there in Fort Bridger that he's pointing to. And then back up towards the forest on county road system, and then the Forest Service trail system starts from there. And then back through the southern part of Uintah County and back up into Evanston.
Thank you. Now we know we've got an alternative day job, Vanna, just in case things don't work out at state parks. Please continue.
So, okay, next slide. Part of what we wanted to do is to showcase the trail system to people in the community to get their buy-in as well. So we did have several different community rides. We had 2 of them in 2020. Both of those were facilitated by Uintah County Search and Rescue, and we had great turnout. We also had one earlier this summer, which was done by Search and Rescue again. That's that top right photo. You can see we had about 50 machines turn out for that, riding primarily on county road system and also BLM lands. Back in May of 2020, Rick Schuler and myself met with the county commissioners from Uintah County and the county commissioners from Lincoln County and the BLM. And the BLM's first question to our project was, are you looking at creating new roads and trails on BLM lands? And the question was, the answer to that question was no. We are using existing oil field roads, windmill roads, ranching roads, 2-track roads that have been there for many times decades, in many instances decades. And by using those existing roads, that's how we would make the connections. There's really no need to go out on BLM lands and create new trails or a new trail system. Those roads are there. They connect to close to the areas of the communities or to the county road system, which we would use as the backbone for the trail system. So, that was very exciting that we could meet with the BLM, and they, of course, they didn't rubber stamp it and jump up and down and say this is fantastic, but they also said, this is something that we could probably get behind because you're not creating new roads. So, and I think that's again part of the, the great plan of the project is we are using existing assets for the county, for the region to bring people in. This is not us going out and creating a bunch of infrastructure, in order to facilitate that. One thing that we did work on last year, and the nearest county road that comes into Evanston is about 3 miles away on the county road system just outside of Evanston. We did try and work with the private landowner who owns both sides of I-80 and try and get them to the table to see if we could create the trail system just inside their fence, but make it to that first county road. Because again, we have to access the communities. So we tried desperately last year to try and get them to the table with a paid easement, recreational easement, some way to get them engaged, and it just did not happen. We could not get them to be, cooperative or interested. So our backup plan was to work with YDOT and see if there would be a possibility of putting that trail system inside the highway fence, and that of I-80. That conversation happened between YDOT, Director Reiner and his leadership team, and then the State Outdoor Rec Office, State Trails and State Parks, just after the first of the year in 2021. And YDOT basically came back and said, let's figure out a way to get to yes on this project, which was tremendous for us because we thought it would be our, almost impossible to work with YDOT to put it inside the highway fence. But that did happen, and State Parks and State Rec and YDOT and State Trails have all been working together in order to try and get this part of it, this 3 mile connection. And again, this is basically a 3 mile connection in order to open up 1,000 miles of trails. And so they've been working on that, for a lot of this part of the year, and it's been pretty interesting and exciting, the progress that's been made. It seems very receptive on YDOT's part to make this happen. So much thanks to YDOT and their team. Okay, next slide. This is a video that the State Outdoor Rec Office came down and shot on one of our rides last year. And it's only about a 3 or 4 minute video, so it's pretty short, but they did send a videographer down for one of the rides, and you can go ahead and hit play and we'll just watch this real quick.
Madam Chairman, this slideshow presentation was converted to PDF, so it's not embedded in this document, but we're going to see if we can pull it up on YouTube. Is it available there?
Give staff a chance to see if they can pull it up for us. Send it to John Brody. Do you have his email? Senator Guru, for some reason, you're front and center on our screen, and we're a little punchy this morning. Good to see you, sir.
Would you like a little speech or something while we get there? Oh,
You're muted.
Sure, I'll just keep talking for a few minutes. I'll just keep talking for a few and we can watch the video at the end if you want.
That sounds great.
Sorry. So, one thing again that is great about the trail system is that we could be marketing to, for example, the Wasatch Front and the 2 million people down in the Salt Lake City, Ogden area. Many of those people are going to other places to ride, including Southern Utah. And when it's 110 or 115 in Southern Utah, what better time to be inviting them to Southwest Wyoming to come and ride? where it's maybe 85 degrees, clear, but maybe hazy skies in some occasions. And, you can come up and ride a trail system that connects the communities. And that would be a way that we could get people to this area. For this to be an economic impact, economic development project, we have to be able to connect the communities so that people can come in and spend money in restaurants, in convenience stores, in campgrounds, in RV parks. And I think that's why the communities so far have all signed on. They can see the writing on the wall. And with the trail system, a lot of people that buy a $20,000 or $30,000 side-by-side aren't buying it so they can ride it on asphalt. They want to buy something like that so they can ride it on dirt. And if we give them places to ride, things to see, then they'll come here. We don't have to look very far to other neighboring states to see their trail systems that they've had in place and the effects that have had on their local economies. The state has done a fantastic job over many years of showcasing a couple of great places in the state. Of course, those are Yellowstone and Devil's Tower in the Jackson Hole area. But the smaller communities like Evanston, Bridger Valley, Kemmer have been pass-through communities for many years. People are passing through to go and recreate someplace else. Bear Lake in Utah, Flaming Gorge, the Uintas, Yellowstone. This would be a way to bring people into the communities so that they could come and spend money and affect those local economies. Bear Lake, Utah, I called last year to their Chamber of Commerce to just do a little bit of research, and they've had a trail system in place for 8 or 10 years there. I asked how many people are going to Bear Lake to use the lake versus the ATV trail system. And they said it's about 50-50, which just blew me away. I couldn't believe, half the people that are going there are going to ride the trail system. They have 5 rental shops that have opened up in the past 4 years. It's a huge shot in the arm to their economy. In one of the meetings that we had with the city council, somebody asked from the city council asked me, are we going to be setting up campgrounds? Are we going to be doing stuff like that? And the answer is really no. Our job is just to try and get the trail system off the ground. It's up to the entrepreneurs and the business people of our communities to see that, hey, suddenly there's another 50 people showing up at Fort Bridger. Maybe we should open up a hamburger stand. Maybe we should have a repair shop, a rental place. And the other part of the trail system, it doesn't have to start in Evanston. People could travel to Rock Springs and ride and see the wild horses, the red desert, the boar's tusk, head towards to Kemmer, see Fossil Butte National Monument, go towards Evanston and Bridger Valley, see historic Fort Bridger. Okay, go ahead. Is the video ready?
I'll ask a question while we wait.
Yes.
Have you given any thought to what this 100-mile loop might be called?
That's a great question. The connection between Evanston and Bridger Valley, since it is on the historic Lincoln Highway, we've kind of coined that as the Lincoln Highway Trail. The town of Granger has heard about the project and they want to be involved in it as well. They want to connect that Lincoln Highway, which already goes through Granger, and there's some historical sites to see in Granger. And then it would really just be a hop, skip, and a jump from there into Sweetwater County. Again, I mentioned the other cities that have signed on: LaBarge, Marbleton, Big Piney. And I think the next place that we'll look at approaching is the town of Pinedale and in Sublette County. And then also had some preliminary talks with some officials in Sweetwater County as well. And they also seem very receptive.
Questions from committee members?
Please.
Representative Harrelson, we'll start there.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So first of all, great job, guys. Like, this is exciting. A couple ideas and I guess a couple questions. So I'll ask the questions and then on a second, I'll maybe give some ideas. How are we going to know? So let's just say I'm driving up from Salt Lake City. I'm going to take my family out on trails. How do I know? Obviously, I saw the signs. Is there going to be signage? But how do I know what trails? How do I know what trail to pick? How do I know where to do it? Obviously, we have one, but we're going to have 1,000 miles worth of trails. Are they going to be color coded? Are they going to be? I mean, how are you guys planning on actually making it where I know which trails to be on and how they connect when I know they'll cross, because they always do?
Mr. Tesoro.
Senator Ellis, Representative Harrelson, that's a great question. Part of the partnership with the State Outdoor Rec Office, State Trails Program, is to use some of that money that is available in order to do things like signage and mapping. The last thing that we want is to just come up and say, or for people to come up to Wyoming and say, hey, this is a free for all, ride anywhere you want. We want to have some management and some direction of where you should be riding. And I think that could easily be done with mapping. I mean, that's something they do in many other trail systems and communities. And education, it's at a staging area, parking area. You could have a big map there with some rules and regulations of the trail system. And we would work through whatever partnerships that we could to make sure that we get that information out there. Chambers of commerce, city councils or city halls. I mean, anywhere that we could get that out there. Distributing those materials in high traffic areas would be an easy way.
Follow up.
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess an idea, just a thought. I'm a sportsman. I hunt a lot. We about probably 7-8 years ago had a massive change in this state, and that was the more digital side of our mapping systems. And I'll use what I personally use as Onyx Hunt Maps. And could we partner with Onyx and do a color-coded trail system where when you download and have the Wyoming overlay map, we know that this trail's pink, this trail's purple, this trail's red, this trail's green, and with the name on it, where they can download the map system and it's preloaded, pre-ready in that section of the state. I think personally it's going to be our best bet, because maybe you can even get partnership in such a way where maybe they could even help fund some of this, because you'd have the QR code on your sign. You scan this, download the app, pay the $29, and this is the way you can actually access our maps, and they give you a kickback for your signage or something. Anyways, just an idea.
Mr. Tesoro, if you want to respond.
Sure. Senator Ellis, Representative Harrelson, we have kicked around some of those ideas. I mean, partnerships like that will be fundamental in getting the trail system off the ground. You know, we want to educate as many people as we can. A lot of people are riding using GPS or their phones, and you know, a partnership like that I think would make sense. It might be a little more expertise from Forrest or from Chris, but I think that absolutely makes sense.
Thank you. And I think we've got our video ready, and then we'll jump back into some questions.
This is an opportunity for people to come and see Southwest Wyoming in a different light than they have before. Really, as you're looking around, you can see for tens, maybe even hundreds of miles in some directions here, and you can see snow-capped mountains, and you can look across vast rolling hills of sagebrush prairie.
What's different about coming to this area and seeing it on an off-road vehicle is that you get away from the highway, you get away from the main road, so you can get to experience maybe what it was like 100 years ago.
When you come to this part of Wyoming and you look at a map, you'll see lots of dirt roads and 2 tracks all over the place, but you don't know where you can go. You don't know what's allowed and what's not allowed. We're trying to make that simple and say you can experience all this recreation, all this history, and all this scenery, and here's how you can do it relatively easily. It's just a different experience than what you get inside your...
Madam Chairman, I don't know it. Madam Chairman, I don't know what your preference is, but we're just having a serious technical problem.
Committee members, can you hear the video, the audio from the other side of the room? I think they tried to put the mic up, but then it was getting bounced back. So we'll email this video to committee members. I think the point that we're trying to illustrate is that State Park sent a film crew out there and we've got a nice product to start marketing the work that you're doing. Okay. With that, let's continue with on some questions. Representative Newsom.
So I know that there's within state tourism, they designate routes to essentially get to Yellowstone. And one of those routes is Salt to Stone, which would go from Salt Lake City to Yellowstone. I know that there's a $200,000 carve out in the funding to supplement the promotion of that route. And so I wonder if you've been in contact with state tourism to highlight that route, and if local tourism boards are putting some dollars into promoting this. Thank you.
Mr. Tesoro.
Senator Ellis, Representative Newsom. I believe that state parks, state trails, and the State Outdoor Rec Office has been working with Wyoming Tourism in some preliminary discussions about what we're working on. I have presented to a couple of different groups in Southwest Wyoming just to inform them. They haven't kicked in anything at this point. Again, we are just kind of in our infancy as a board. We did get our 501c3 just after the first of the year. And I think that's something that is definitely on our radar. We'll be reaching out to, to whoever we can, including state tourism to help them sell this project.
And then Mr. Floyd, welcome, and maybe identify yourself.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you. My name is Chris Floyd. I'm the manager of the Wyoming Office of Outdoor Recreation. We're part of State Parks and Cultural Resources. Representative Newsom, if I may continue with the answer. So the Outdoor Rec Office leads an interagency outdoor recreation team, which includes WYDOT, Office of Tourism, Game and Fish, State Lands, Business Council. So it's a 6-agency team, and we have the ability at a high level to work with those agencies on projects just like this. So for the Salt to Stone route, that's certainly a conversation we can have with tourism about that, and maybe figure out if that's the best place to incorporate it, and where it makes the most sense. We also have something we're working with tourism on called the Wonder Map. It's an outdoor recreation map of Wyoming with thousands and thousands of data points on it for, all kinds of recreation activities. And obviously SWAT is going to be incorporated into that map once we get all the routes lined out and everything. So that will be available. Also with some like Onyx Trails and some of the others, they already pull a lot of the state trails data. And so as these trails are enrolled into the program, that will become available to those private sources to where they can, incorporate that into their applications as well. So, and I want to just, if I may continue to something else, just real quick. I wanted to also echo what Mark said about WYDOT being very receptive and proactive on this issue. And I want to thank Director Luke Reiner for, all his help, and also recognize Sandra Sanderson, who's here with us today, who's been a big help, coordinating efforts between State Trails, State Outdoor Rec, and SWAT with WYDOT to get this project on the ground and get that connectivity piece in Evanston at I-80, and also on some of the state highways and some of the little communities where, like Du Bois here, where all the trails, all the city streets in town are enrolled in the State Trails program, except for the state highway right through the middle, because right now that's not technically allowed, but WYDOT's going to be working on a way to try to make that happen as well. So that way, every street in the town, not just the side streets, would be enrolled in the State Trails program. And I don't know if we made this clear enough earlier on, but when a county road or city street or a trail is enrolled in that program, it's eligible to apply for grants through the state motorized program, internal grants program, under Forrest Kaminga, who's here today with us. And that provides funding for signage, law enforcement, maintenance, and even education outreach type programs. So it's a mechanism that can allow, a mitigation for a lot of the concerns that people may have about, a lot of these machines coming into Wyoming and what could happen. Well, we have a way to address that through the State Trails program.
Thank you. Follow-up questions? Okay. Any other questions from committee members, and Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you foresee this, if with the right promotion and such, sort of becoming something of a mecca for off-roading similar? I mean, you mentioned Moab, the Sand Mountain outside of Fallon, Nevada, and I don't know, some other places around the country where they have really built a defined specific industry around that for certain communities in certain parts of the country. Do you see that this could have the potential to become a location like that?
Mr. Tesoro.
Senator Ellison, Representative Hunt, thank you for the question. I think that the potential really is to really grow this system so that a lot of people from the Intermountain area especially, but and other parts of the country as well, could come here to recreate. Adventure tourism is very big right now. And everybody knows that recreation and tourism is the #2 driver for the state. And what better way to use existing resources, existing assets to bring those people into the state. In Bridger Valley, Mountain View, for example, they have a large section of BLM land just outside of town there, which is called the Badlands, where they're already having many people come and recreate there. It's dirt trails on public lands, and people show up there every single weekend. Maybe 200 or 300 people bring their RVs, bring their campers, ride in those areas, but they just can't access the community other than when they come through and get gas. So these places like you're mentioning, Sand Mountain, I mean, they've kind of done it right. They're bringing those people in, but if we can make the connections into the communities with these public roads and trail systems, that's what's going to benefit the community. That's what will drive this as an economic development project, the access to the communities.
Additional questions? And then Mr. Floyd, did you have any other remarks you wanted to make? I didn't really afford you a time of your own, but feel free to let us know if you have any additional remarks. Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you. And Mr. Floyd, what is an app development? What does that cost? And we throw that, let's build an app, let's do an app. And I'm sure it's not that simple. So can you just tell us what the cost is to develop and administer and maintain an app would be?
Then Mr. Floyd, feel free to respond to that question, and then any other remarks you want to make.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Chair. That would probably be in the low 6 figures, and that's obviously a wild ballpark kind of estimation there for something like that. And there are already a lot of private apps on the market that use our public information in terms of what trails are already enrolled in the program and whatnot. So there is a private source already for a lot of that information. Our Wonder Map is something kind of like that, but it's not a standalone app. It's a web-based tool. So it's inside of a browser on any device. And that program is in the low 6 figures to develop and maintain that over a period of time, not necessarily all at once. So that's just a ballpark, and I can give you a little bit better number on that if I do a little bit more research. A few other things I wanted to mention. I just wanted to, and I didn't have a big presentation. This is really about SWAT and giving Mark an opportunity to talk, but I wanted to just thank Mark and recognize him for all the great work he and his group have done. And they have really reached out to these communities, these elected officials, and they've answered the hard questions. They've made a good case, and they're doing this the right way. So I really appreciate that. It's a no-brainer for us to help support them, and that's our role. Our role has just been one of support, sort of connecting Mark with the people he needs to be in touch with, bringing people to the table, state and federal land managers, local officials and whatnot, and just also providing whatever information and conducting research amongst our team to help him have the information he needs to move forward. So it's been a great partnership working with Mark and SWAT all along. I also wanted to mention briefly that there is some legislation out there in the Transportation Committee, and I know Senator Landon, thank you, sir, for your work on that. That's would allow YDOT some of that flexibility in terms of allowing ORVs and right of ways and things like that. So just be aware that that's something else floating out there right now.
Thank you. Senator Landon, did you want to offer some comments as our good chairman of the Senate Transportation Committee?
Madam Chairman, thank you. Be happy to do that and appreciate Mr. Floyd. Thank you for bringing that up. The Transportation Committee did spend some time and really appreciated Mr. Tesoro coming down to Rollins and joining that committee and visiting with us. It's a little bit tricky in terms of road rights of way. And when you're up against I-80, that's a little bit of a concern. And I want to go back to March, way back when Mr. Tesoro and I had our first visit. Right away, the two chairmen of transportation got with Director Reiner and indicated, hey, we've got to do everything we can to make this work. It just makes sense to me. So we've done that. And there will be at least one piece of legislation, I think, that will come to all of us, hopefully work its way through the Transportation Committee in November, and then come to the session that will take care of that road right-of-way issue. One of the, obviously, there's some safety concerns. If you've got some of these vehicles nearby I-80, we all know what I-80 is. And so that's kind of a hinge point of the discussion regarding that legislation, but hopefully it will come your direction and hopefully you'll be in position to support it. I think we're gonna get there. So thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Landon. Any other comments or questions for Senator Schuler?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just thought I'd put my 2 cents in. Obviously, since I've been involved with this, I just wanted to also mention that the big help that Chris Floyd and the Outdoor Trails have done an amazing job. He's made a lot of trips down, but really the driving force with this project has been Mark. And a lot of you probably don't know, he's a publisher of 3 or 4 newspapers. I can't remember, is it 4? 5. 5 newspapers. And he's taken all this time out of his own, busy private I mean, he's busy trying to go all over the state to deal with these newspapers, and he takes time to come to meetings to try and get things off the ground. And I think the most ironic thing is that he doesn't own an ATV. So this is not like a self-serving type of thing. He finally did purchase a motorcycle because we had another poker run the city of Mountain View put on just this last weekend. There were 65 ATVs, about 150 people. And so and they were from all over, from Utah, from all over Wyoming. I think this is the thing that's the most interesting about it is this guy right here. He's put a lot of heart and soul into something that he knows will help not only Southwest Wyoming, but eventually the whole state of Wyoming as an economic driver. So I just appreciate his efforts, appreciate Chris and the Outdoor Council and all they've done as well. Thank you.
All righty. We have about 10 minutes left on our agenda for this particular topic. I want to make sure I believe we have someone online who wants to testify, if I'm not mistaken. And then just by show of hands, who in the room wants to offer comments on this particular issue? I don't see any hands raised. And so do we have someone on the Zoom that wanted to testify? Mr. Floyd?
Madam Chair, I believe Mark Boyd from Tennessee was going to join us, and I'm not sure if he's up there or not.
And I got let's let him into the.
Yes, he's in.
And if you're in, Mr. Boyd, please unmute yourself, turn on your camera and introduce yourself, and welcome to our committee. We've got about 10 minutes to talk about this and just wanted to hear your thoughts on SWAT and their efforts.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Has that got me going there? Am I in?
And we can't hear you.
I don't know what's
We
up.
can't see you either. There you are. We hear your voice.
Okay, now, am I in?
Welcome, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'll be brief. I'm getting excited hearing you guys talk about this. My name is Mark Boyd. I'm from Tennessee, and I am an ATVer, have been for about 40 years now. And we do trips and rides all over the Western United States and some down here in our part of the country. And I will just summarize some of what we do. We have a group that is led by a guy, Mr. Garrity, out of East Tennessee, and he is the security man for the largest off-road ATV park in the United States. So he has access to a lot of people that are interested in this sport. And he chooses people and puts together these rides. Our group has ranged in age from 12 years of age to 70. And the people that we have taken on some of these rides are from Tennessee, Alabama, Idaho, North Carolina, Ohio, Wyoming, and Florida. And the way that we try to do this, we locate a place that we can store all of our tow vehicles, and we will meet there and we will spend one night before our trip at that hotel or lodge. And then we'll spend our last night at that hotel or lodge. Our daily mileages range from 50 to 100 miles, depending on the terrain. Total range on these trips from 500 to 800 mile loops without having to come back to where our vehicles are. The people that participate with us in this, they're serious off-roaders. They follow the rules, they respect the resources. And approximately 50% of the riders that we've taken on these trips have returned to some of these states on some more vacation time or do some more exploring. We need to be able to connect all the towns on our loops on the ATV so we have access to fuel, groceries, restaurants, and lodging. If possible, we like to spend every other night at maybe a hotel for a nice meal at a restaurant and a shower. And we replenish all our supplies, and we try to do business with all the local vendors because we feel that they support what we're doing and they support the ATVers. So we try to pay back and support them. The nights that we don't stay in a town or in a hotel, we like to stay in the National Forest campgrounds, and we always try to stay in a designated area. While we've been on some of these rides, we've taken time off and we have attended the Cody 4th of July celebration, and I believe it was called the Stampede, the rodeo. We visited Bryce Canyon, Devil's Tower. Several of us have visited Yellowstone. We have taken a few trips into the Bighorn Forest. We really like riding there. And I will go through a real quick, some of the towns. We've done 2 rides in Idaho. Idaho has a whole lot of Forest Service roads. We buy the permit, we buy a restricted license, and therefore we can ride on almost everything there except for a main highway. And some of the towns that we were able to connect in 2019, we visited Salmon, Elk City, Yellow Pine, Bergdorf, Hot Springs. Those were our stops in those towns where we had like 15 people that spent money on restaurants and lodging, supplies, and fuel. 2020, we did Elk River, Avery. We stayed at Donkey Ridge Campground, Silver Creek Campground. And this last year, 2021, we were based out of Salina, Utah. We stayed in Marysville, Minersville. We visited Butch Cassidy's home place. We stayed at Butch Cassidy's hideout for lodging, and we had dinner there. We moved on and we were based at Ruby's Inn for 2 nights. And while we were there, we visited Bryce Canyon as a group. And as you're aware, in the last year, ATV sales have rocketed. They're sold out of everything, everywhere you go. All these people that's bought these machines, they're looking for a place to ride. We have people begging to go on rides with us, and we just don't have the time or the room to carry everybody that would want to go. But this sport is really flourishing right now. And if you're familiar with West Virginia, they may be kind of a pioneer, the Hatfield-McCoy Trail System. I have ridden that. And I've been into towns in West Virginia that it's really my belief that the ATV trails are the only thing that have helped those small businesses survive. So that's kind of a summary of the way we do it. And I'm very excited hearing you guys discuss this to come to Wyoming and do some more discovery in your great state. And anything I can do to help contribute to the success of this, I'd be more than happy to. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd. All right, questions for Mr. Boyd? I think I see Senator Guru on the Zoom.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and Mr. Boyd, thank you for taking the time and giving testimony today. If you don't mind, I got a couple of questions for you, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll follow up. Your group, you talked about, you stay in town one night and you camp out the next night. And I don't mean to get personal or anything like that. Just give me a ballpark, an average of a member of your group, what they would spend. You said they go on, one night in, one night out, and a 500-mile ride would be an average ride before you got back to your vehicle. So that means you're going to spend a couple of nights in town. You're going to spend a couple of nights on the road on that trip around. So 4 or 5 days out. What kind of spending do you do on that on a per daily basis? I mean, there's equipment and there's gasoline. There's quite a bit to it.
There is. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. There is a lot to it. There's a lot of logistics in putting it together and planning and getting reservations. And the best way that I can answer this accurately, speaking for myself, on an 8-day trip, the last one that I've taken, my part, I spent almost $3,000 in 8 days, my part. So you can pretty much multiply that by 10 to 15 people, which is what we usually have on a group. So you have to buy a lot of supplies when you're staying out. When we hit a little small store with 15 people, they're very receptive. In a town that has hardly nothing, they're very receptive for us to come in there and spend money.
If I can follow up, Madam Chairman.
Follow up, Senator Guru.
Thank you. Mr. Boyd, when you and your group are deciding where to go and what parts of the country to go, what are some of the decision factors like? And we've talked about, we heard testimony earlier today from some folks about whether it's mapping or whether it's obviously the connectivity between towns. I got that one, but are places that have areas that have more maps, more amenities of that sort, does that kind of push you that way, or does it go more the other way? Do you like more of an adventurous group, or are there different types of groups that do different things? Yeah, I hope that makes sense.
Mr. Boyd.
Madam Chairman, thank you. The guy that does all the logistics is Mr. Charles Garrity, and he's unable to attend this meeting. I'm kind of filling in, and I guess I would be the second one in the group. He does all the logistics. He does all the mapping using a lot of different sources, and the color-coded maps, the stuff that you guys were speaking of earlier, that is a whole lot of that at a lot of different national forests and a lot of private trail systems. We use Google Earth, the Onyx map. You would be surprised if you have a lot of state roads and state routes, they're already out there. You just have to know where to look and how to lay this all out. And about the adventure, we like to kind of mix it up. We sort of like to do the adventure part. And maybe 2 days, I think the furthest that we have done without going into a town was like 250 miles out in the wilderness without any contact anywhere. And that's pretty hard when you have to have enough fuel to go 250 miles and enough food. And of course, the young guys, they really like the adventure. I kind of like hitting those hotels every other night, but we try to mix it up. And the trails, the more trails that you have that are accessible online, the easier it is for more people to understand and feel comfortable doing your trail system. And I hope that answers your question.
Madam Chair,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Boyd, yes, it did. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Grew. Alrighty, committee members, it's a little past 9:30. We have no more public comment on this topic, but I did want to ask, is there anything specifically that our committee, is there an ask that you have of us today that we can do to be supportive of your efforts? Or I know the Senate Transportation or the Joint Transportation Committees working with you on some of these right-of-way issues. Is there anything that we can be doing right now?
Senator Ellis, just real quickly, I think just looking for support from the legislature in general. I mean, this is something that is obviously taking off in Southwest Wyoming, and it will be coming to other communities as well. I think people see that the writing is on the wall, that this could be a great revenue source for the state and for those communities. So just ask for your support when the time comes. And just real quickly, I want to thank Mr. Boyd and him taking the time to visit with us today. I met him in Evanston. I saw him with a trailer full of ATVs and Mr. Garrity, and I walked up to him and asked him, where are you guys riding, or where have you been? And he's been great to work with. He's a fantastic ambassador for the sport and a great spokesperson to have on today. I just really appreciate him taking the time, and then all of the other help that we've got from state parks, state trails, and the outdoor rec office in this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tesoro. And Mr. Boyd, I just want to emphasize, thank you for spending the time with us. Being in Tennessee, what a great thing through the power of technology that we could have you share your thoughts with us and not have to make a whole trip to Wyoming just to do it. We'll welcome you back, but thank you for being with us in our meeting today. With that, we're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is Recreation, Wildlife, Property Ownership and Management, Gray Rocks, Miracle Mile, Glendo, Sunrise, and Bureau of Rec Properties. And I want to make this announcement again. I made it at the conclusion of our meeting yesterday. We have agenda items, and those of you who aren't familiar with the legislature, when we decide what topics we're going to study, we actually have to get these topics approved through our management council. And anytime we want to really add to it or deviate from it too much, we have to go get approval from management council. My co-chair and I, we put together these meetings being mindful of people's travel schedules. Our LSO staff travels from Cheyenne to be with us to staff these meetings. And so upon the conclusion of our meeting, they'll be traveling back to Cheyenne, and we want to make sure they have daylight to drive in and that they can get home safe. So because of that, we really are going to stick to our topic agenda items. If it's not on this agenda today, we're not going to take public testimony on it. And there's another reason for that. I'm very aware that the via ferrata is a controversial issue right now in Fremont County. But if we start taking public comment when it's not announced in our meeting notice, then it doesn't afford either side adequate time to come and prepare and present a balanced view of whether or not there's support or opposition to a project. So to the extent that you're in the room to testify or talk about the via ferrata, we will not be taking public testimony on that today. It's not on our agenda. I am aware that State Parks has a hearing or is hosting a meeting on Monday, August 30th in Lander. There's information online about when that meeting will occur. So if you have concerns about the via ferrata that you'd like to express, I would encourage you to go to that meeting on Monday in Lander. It's, I think, at 7 o'clock in the evening. So with that, I just wanted to make that known. And if you traveled here today to testify on that topic, I apologize, but it's not on our agenda and it would be inappropriate for us to take comment on it at this time. So with that, we're going to move to the topic of these recreation, wildlife, property ownership issues. We've got a team from State Parks and I believe Game and Fish here. So with that, gentlemen, I'll leave it to you to tackle those issues as you see fit.
Thank you, Chairwoman Ellis. Darren Westby, Director of State Parks and Cultural Resources. First, I want to apologize for not wearing a sports coat. I'm out of practice and traveling, I guess. I did bring a coat. It was a winter coat. I was worried about the potential weather up here in this part of the country, but forgot to grab the other coat. I did bring a cowboy hat. I don't know how I forgot my sports coat. No disrespect at all. Please don't take it that way. But I would like to just turn it over to the team that have been working these updates and these issues and these potential opportunities for our state. And if that's okay, Madam Chairman.
Madam Chairman, Nick Nealon, Deputy Director of State Parks. We have three properties that I want to talk to you about initially that we have been approached by landowners to study to incorporate potentially into our system. The first one is a 46 acre property outside of Sunrise. It is an archaeological site. We've been working with our state archaeologist and who has identified this as a very culturally important site within our state, perhaps worldwide. And he strongly recommends that this is something we explore. So we've initiated our site criteria process, which is the process that we go through before we accept any new site into our system. We've done all of our work internally on that particular property, and we are about to take a site visit out there next Monday to take our site criteria committee to the property to do an on-site review. Representative Haroldson is among the people who's kindly agreed to join us as part of that committee, and we thank you for your time doing that. The second property is we've been approached by the folks putting in the potential reservoir up in Alkali Creek near Hyattville. They have reached out to us in a letter and asked us to examine that site as a potential recreation area, some of the land around the potential reservoir. We have done nothing at this point except acknowledge receipt of their letter. The third site, I think, is a little bit more interesting and involved immediately, and that is Gray Rocks. We were approached by the management of the power plant at Gray Rocks to potentially take that site into our system as a recreation area. We've been working with Game and Fish as well as the folks at the power plant to initiate our site criteria process there as well. And I believe that Director Nesvik is here to or online to testify about that particular project, as is the manager of the power plant.
Okay, welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. This is Levi Mickelson. I'm the plant manager of the Laramie River Station. I work for Basin Electric. This power station is owned by Missouri Basin Power Project, which is a conglomerate of 4 separate utilities, Basin Electric being one of those. We were obligated to operate the station. So Basin Electric is kind of the voice of the project when issues like this come up. So welcome to, or glad to be here. I'm welcome to any questions, and I'll try to support the departments here, Game and Fish and State Parks. I think we have a pretty good plan. I think it would benefit the community, the state, and help these entities out to make Gray Rocks a pretty neat spot. So thank you.
Thank you. And then Mr. Glenn.
Madam Chairwoman, Dave Glenn, Deputy Director, Wyoming State Parks, Historic Sites and Trails. And if I could, Levi, if I could put you on the spot to maybe give a little history of Gray Rocks, why you reached out to us to do the site criteria process. And then personally, I'd love to hear Director Nesvik weigh in on this as well.
Oh, certainly. So back in the early 70s, the Missouri Basin Power Project was in their process of planning where to put the station, and Wheatland was one of the sites that they picked. The Laramie River had a very good supply of water for the cooling for the power plant, so they went down that path. And through a whole series of legal battles and challenges, there was a lot of opposition to the plant back then, and one of the big stumbling blocks was the actual installation of the dam. State of Nebraska was coming at the project from the water perspective, and then the U.S. Fish and Wildlife got on board, the Audubon Society. There was a whole entity of conservative, habitat-minded entities that that opposed it. One of the outcomes that came out of one of the settlements was that the project was for them to get the permit to build the reservoir. We had to open up the Gray Rocks area for public use. And there was a settlement with the Wyoming Game and Fish and the project. We would open it up for public use. The Wyoming Game and Fish would manage the habitat and the wildlife and make it a fishery and a recreational spot. So we're kind of bound by this 1977 agreement as a company to allow public use on this reservoir. The Game and Fish has done a great job in managing it through the years. I think just to back up, 1980, one of the things that they were going to try to do was set up a third party, somebody to take over the management. I can read the strategy. In light of expected demand for camping, water skiing, boating, and other non-wildlife oriented recreation, the public recreation management responsibilities and activities will be contracted to the Wyoming Recreation Commission, Platte County Commissioners, Platte County Recreation Board, or a private entity. So there was, I think, a vision in the future that this was going to be a hot spot, or, a very popular spot. It never really turned into that in the early days. We looked through the 80s. It was pretty calm and collected. We were able to manage it. So unfortunately, through time, this strategy kind of went by the wayside. It was kind of managed in itself. Game and Fish was able to do it. The Platte County Sheriff's Office was able to manage. So it kind of died on the vine. We fast forward to nowadays, there is a lot more people using this reservoir. I think can all agree that the influx, especially in southeastern Wyoming, comes from Colorado, and we're kind of over inundated by extra people. And one of the things that we've seen through time is, as the state parks have developed, Glendo State Park, Guernsey State Park, it's more restrictive. So it's tougher for people to get reservations, and you can't just show up on Friday night and find a spot to put your camper in. So unfortunately, Gray Rocks, being not managed by anybody, is the overflow, and they can come in here and there's no real oversight, and it causes problem, public safety, and it just gets overrun, especially on the popular weekends, the holidays. So Wyoming Game and Fish, their management responsibility is the habitat and the water, boating and that type of stuff. On land, it falls to Platte County Sheriff's Office. Not a huge group, they're shorthanded. It's 20 miles out of town. They get multiple calls every day. As soon as they leave, they get back to town, they get another one. So they spend a huge amount of their resources trying to manage that. So
I have a question, Mr. Mickelson. Is there something in the agreement that prevents you as the landowner from putting up signs saying no overnight occupancy? I'm just kind of curious because I have concerns about an area, all the things you've mentioned. I mean, if we're going to bring this in and have it be a state-run campsite, with that comes responsibility. And so I'm just curious I am worried about the safety of this particular spot.
Thank you for the question, Madam Chairman. I don't believe that there is any rule saying that we have to keep it open. I know the Game and Fish and the project have worked together to limit, we put camping restrictions on. It's a 5-day camping limit this year in an attempt to try to curtail some of the problem areas. We restricted camping there. It's day use only. So I think we have options to work. We can do what we think is the best for the park.
And please proceed.
With that, I would entertain any questions. I don't want to take up valuable time. These gentlemen have a great presentation for you, so.
Questions, committee members?
Madam
Oh, Representative Sweeney.
So, thank you, Madam Chairman. So with the decommissioning coming up, potentially of that particular power plant, and being it's not under the control or preview of our Public Service Commission, who owns the water rights that are contained there, and what's the plan if the decommissioning, which I'm hopeful doesn't happen, because there's other uses, other possibilities, whether it's pump hydro or whatever. Who has the water rights?
Mr. Mickelson.
Thank you, Representative Sweeney. Missouri Basin Power Project has the water rights on the reservoir. We have a direct flow right as well as the storage rights within the reservoir. As far as the decommissioning of the station, there is no set time right now. We do not have a retirement date for the power plant. I think we all know in this room that the war on coal is real, and it's a very likely possibility that that power plant won't run forever. Right now, the companies, we have a 2042 end of life. That's more of an accounting strategy, for planning purposes. We can extend that, but that right now is kind of it's wrote in pencil on the calendar. There has been no official retirement date set for any of the units. We were working through that with the other owners, trying to come up with a retirement strategy. With that being said, there's rail there. We just talked about this wonderful water right. We got power lines, transmission coming out of that facility. It may not be a coal-fired unit producing generation there, but there could be a solar farm. There could be a natural gas. We may mothball the coal units and put something else to generate power there. I wish I had better answers, but these are all things on the table that the company is looking at.
Follow up, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So if it was decommissioned, if the state of Wyoming agrees to the proposal, what happens to those water rights upon conclusion of basin's use of other facilities?
Mr. Mickelson.
Representative Sweeney, great question. The water is owned by the state of Wyoming. They appropriate our use to industrial power generation. One thing we would have to do is work with the state engineer's office. We could, and I've taken a little bit of time to research this a little bit, that we could find a potential buyer of that water right, whether it be a irrigation district downstream that would be interested in using that beneficial use. Of course, that would take an agreement from the state to allow that transfer of water from an industrial right to an agricultural right or whatever. And there's processes in place with the state engineer's office to make that happen. I hope that everybody has vision that, this is a great resource. Wyoming has, water is probably one of its most valuable resources we have. So I hate to see it totally disappear and go back to just natural flow and, ultimately end up in downstream states getting put to beneficial use. So hopefully we'd be able to leave the dam in place, find somebody to take over and operate it if Missouri Basin Power Project were to go away. There isn't really any roadmap if, do we go back to Green Prairie? What does that look like? Maybe at the station we do, but we leave the reservoir and dam in place and somebody would take over the operation of it. That answer your question?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mickelson. Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Mickelson, thanks for being here. We appreciate it. Who bears the liability risk at this point?
Mr. Mickelson.
That's a great question, Madam Chairman. We kind of, we've had some instances back through years and the Game and Fish has really stepped up and taken that responsibility. We're kind of, the project's kind of a silent partner in this. We own the ground, but we have opened it up for the public and I believe that answer is Big Game and Fish in the county of Wheatland or Platte County.
Maybe that's a question we can look into a little more deeply.
Yeah,
Maybe we should look into that one. Questions, committee members? I'm looking online. I see Director Nesvik from Game and Fish has joined us. Director, do you have any comments? Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Brian Nesvik, Wyoming Game and Fish Department. So Mr. Mickelson just did an outstanding job of really providing some good background. I concur with all of the things he said. I certainly don't want to repeat anything he said. I would add that, as was identified early on in the Missouri Basin Project by Game and Fish at that time, Game and Fish is really not, we're folks that are good at managing a fishery. We're good at managing habitat. We're not really well suited or resourced to manage recreational camping and those kind of things on land. We have been in an agreement with Missouri Basin. We've had an excellent relationship with them over decades and greatly value that. We right now bear that responsibility to do that enforcement on camping, to do the enforcement on off-road vehicle use. We take on the responsibility to take care of the facilities, the restrooms and those kind of things, boat ramps. But, as Mr. Mickelson indicated, use has increased dramatically and I don't think the quality of experience is nearly what it used to be. And so we are supportive of this study and the site criteria analysis and looking at, a better way to manage the park jointly. We're certainly ready to partner with, state parks or whatever other solution may come here to manage the onshore recreational use. Right now, we've got 2 game wardens in all of Platte County, and in the summer, from the months of pretty much from Memorial Day through Labor Day, the law enforcement workload has increased dramatically. Not for the stuff that we typically enforce, boating and fishing, but all the other stuff that happens on shore when you have a lot of folks in a small area. So with that, Madam Chair, I would stand to answer any questions. I don't have an answer for you. I'd want to consult with an attorney to talk about who bears the liability there. I don't have a great answer for that. But I would be glad to answer any other questions that the committee may have.
Thank you. Questions for Director Nesvik? How many years, this agreement, does it go in perpetuity or is there an end date to it?
Madam Chair, it's a standard MOU that we enter into in a lot of cases with other partners, and it does have an expiration. I don't know exactly when that is, but it's just been renewed multiple times over time.
Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and Director Nesvik, thank you. And this might be a question for you. It might be a question for Mr. Mickelson, but I guess, is it worth it? When we don't know yet about liability and the risk and just the public being the public and setting a precedent, I'm just wondering, is it important to maintain this as a public space? Or would it be a good idea at this point to nip it in the bud and have you all fence it out and prevent the public from being there? I'm curious as to, whether or not it's important for us to keep this as a public space.
Mr. Mickelson.
I guess I may kind of deflect this question to the to the director of the Game and Fish, but on average, we probably see upwards to 80,000 people show up at this reservoir through the summer. And that correct me if I'm wrong, if those aren't accurate, but it is a well-used recreational facility, and it continues to increase as the years go by.
Follow up or Representative Haroldson?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And just, I'm going to weigh in on that. Obviously, for the record, Laramie River Station is in my district. It's in my county. Also, I grew up on Gray Rocks Reservoir. It was the reservoir we always went to. So I'll say a couple things. One, as far as I know, there is that, I mean, legally LRS needs to offer access. That is part of, we legally have to. So this, I don't think this is an aspect of do we shut it down or not shut it down. This is more an aspect of who is going to manage this. And it needs to be managed by someone. It's just a matter of who's going to actually be the managing entity and body. The other is this, the economy of Platte County and specifically Wheatland is very much boistered by this reservoir. It's definitely, I mean, it is, whenever I was a kid, you would see a lot of cowboys on the license plates, and now I see a lot of mountains. And one of the things you need to realize, as a kid, I didn't think that was as good, but as you grow up and you realize that the money that comes into our counties is tourism. We don't have the mineral rights. We don't have those things. So, or the mineral wealth, but tourism we do have. And so we need to figure out how to manage this really well, so that we can give people a proper experience as they go to this reservoir, have an opportunity. It's the same thing we just heard about on trails in the other part of the state. We got water in our corner. And so be it Guernsey, Glendo, or Gray Rocks, we got them all in our county, which is awesome. But let's figure out how to manage this one, because right now this literally turns into the overflow, and it turns into an absolute mess. And that's what needs to be addressed here. We can't shut it down. And then the other thing you need to realize, the management of this property, it has been well maintained and will, I mean, if you were to quit maintaining it tomorrow, there's a 40-year run on that dam and that dam structure. 8 years ago, I rebuilt the Morning Glories. So I know they're in good shape. We're at a point where this is a proper fishery and a proper reservoir we need to hold into the future. Is parks a part of that? I definitely think that needs to be a conversation we need to have. Game and Fish has done an amazing job of being the management of a fishery, but they're not park rangers. They don't want to be park rangers. It's not in their job. So let's find people who are, and let's give them the job that they are to have, be it with the Park Service or a different option with LRS. But we need to figure something out to make this work legally and also for our community.
Comments, Mr. Mickelson, or anyone from State Parks or Game and Fish?
Madam Chairman, I think Representative Haroldson is spot on, and it's a wonderful little corner on southeastern Wyoming, and like you said, we're bound to keep it open to the public, and the challenge is to manage it safely for all involved. So,
Senator Landon.
Madam Chairman, thank you. Just as a comment before my question, I can remember touring the site when we first broke ground down there. I was the public relations director for the WREA, and I worked for Craig Thomas at the time. So that's how long I've been around. And it's interesting to be having this conversation today and talking about maybe that power plant going away at some point. I'm going to go away at some point too. My question is kind of directed, I guess, at state parks. I think I really appreciate the good representative. I thought that was really well stated. Are we? But how can we manage this with the limited FTEs? I see what we've got going on in the southwest part of the state. And now I see what we've got going on in Platte County, and I know that we've got great pressure out there on our state parks. Can we handle this? Is it going to take some FTEs? What are we looking at if we try to get behind you guys and push it to state parks?
Director Nealon.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you for the promotion. Senator Landon, That's why that we have the site criteria process in place, is to assess things like that. So we take a look at it from every angle that we can think of. And one of the serious concerns that we'll have when we get to that point is staffing. Because you're correct. Our staff is pushed to the brink right now. They're doing an amazing job statewide. They've really stepped up over the last year and a half during COVID with the 36% increase in visitation that we've had. Taking on additional resources isn't something that we consider lightly, and that's certainly one of the factors.
Deputy Director, sorry. I can't see your name tag. I'm doing my best. So along those lines in the follow-up though, I mean, this is the question, right? Is where this is all headed. And I think what we hear is that State Parks is the best agency, best equipped to manage this as a park site. But I guess what I'm unclear on is the intention of the existing owner. Is that what you're contemplating is walking away from this? I'm just trying to think through in the immediate, next few years. Are you wanting to gift this to the state, sell this to the state? I'm just trying to think through what the end game is, because I think some of those questions about enforcement and management go away when we start collecting, fees through the reservation system and bringing them into the state parks family. I'm just really unclear of what we're talking about and where we're headed.
Madam Chair, I believe that the project is willing to sell the property or, relinquish its rights for someone to take over. I don't think we have went down the path far enough to understand what that might look like. Obviously, we still need access to the structure there, the dam and our pump house, and be able to still operate the station. Whether that's a sale for $1 or what, I think those things are still on the table and need to be discussed. But from the project's point of view, we're trying to stand behind the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and work with them as best we can to make this thing work so it's successful for them, the public, and be a good neighbor and partner in this relationship. So
just to follow up to my own question, I mean, we have this interim time from when the plant might be decommissioned, which would be an opportune time for then the state to come in and say, we want to add this to the state park system. But between now and then, there should be, if we're trying to loop in and fold in some state parks management, do we need a separate agreement? And then, if the intent is to treat it as we treat the other state parks, which requires, permits and reservations and all of that, that's the piece. Is how do we get to that part where we fully fold it in? Because I'm guessing that, the option to sell, or if it were to be gifted the state, those are all conversations for far off in the future. We don't know yet. Help me figure out what some options are for that interim time of how we can start managing this as we would a state park. And I'm guessing that's where we're going. And if I'm wrong on that assumption, let me know. But that's my thinking, right? Is we want to put it on Reserve America and people can use their permit and book a site and it's managed.
Madam Chairman, that's certainly one of the possibilities. One of the things that we operate a lot of our parks around the state on MOUs. We have MOUs with Bureau of Reclamation to run our big water parks. We have MOUs already with Game and Fish to operate sites like Sinks Canyon and Medicine Lodge. So that's it. That is a way that we do business on a regular basis. So I don't think that would necessarily be a barrier to us operating Gray Rocks right now.
Follow up, Senator Landon.
Madam Chairman, I really appreciate you taking us along this track, because really, I think the challenge for us, gentlemen, going forward is going to be those kind of questions. When we get in front of the other 80 or 90 legislators, the question is going to come, what's in it for us? And I think that's really a key component moving forward with Gray Rocks is that property at some point going to be gifted over to the state? Is the state going to have an opportunity to purchase that property? In the meantime, is it a lease agreement that the state could enter into, thereby assuring the state that there's something in it? So I appreciate those questions, Madam Chairman. I'm just trying to articulate some of the issues we have as policy drivers. Where are we going to go with this? I'm sensing a lot of support. We just want to know where we can lean into the blocking sled.
Madam Chairman.
Deputy Director Nayland.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you. That's one of the reasons that the site criteria process is so important to what we do, is that we take time, we involve stakeholders, we involve members of the public. We do a great deal of work upfront, and this can take, from a very small project like an addition of a few acres at Medicine Lodge. A couple of years ago, it took a few months to do this. With a bigger project like Gray Rocks, it could take us a year easily to go through that process, to ascertain all these things and to come to the answers that you're looking for. So I think that's why this process is so important to us.
Senator Schuler and then Senator Hunt, or Representative Hunt.
Go ahead if you want. No. Thank you, Madam Chairman. A more general question. When it comes to the establishment of easements, and this is for the game and fish, if landowners grant an easement, once that's established, who is in charge of enforcing that and enforcing the rules that go with it?
Director Nesvik.
Madam Chair, Representative Hunt, that takes on a lot of different forms. It really has to be lined out in the original easement. A lot of times easements come with deed restrictions, and sometimes the deed restriction will record who is in charge of enforcing the easement. As an example, on many conservation easements around the state, even when we don't own the ground, or it's a private entity that owns the ground, when the easement is filed, Game and Fish takes on the responsibility to monitor the easement over time and enforce it. But it does take on other forms too, where Game and Fish does not. Other entities can also be given that authority to enforce an easement. Does that answer your question, Representative Hunt?
Okay, Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This might be one of those cart before the horse questions, but someone that's not really familiar with Gray Rocks, I had some questions going through my mind. What are the access roads like going up there? I mean, is there more than one way to get to this reservoir? And what do you envision in terms of, I know this is a long ways away, maybe because when you start talking about all the folks coming up from out of state, I started seeing campers all over the plains and so on and so forth. Do you see a number of places that you could put in campsites and that sort of thing? I know you haven't done your study yet, but what do you kind of envision with all of the
Deputy Director Nayland?
Madam Chairman, Senator Schuler, thank you. I'll defer to one of the other gentlemen regarding the access question, but I think one of the things that's important to know is that these folks are coming, right? They're coming now, and they're going to continue to come in great numbers. And so we're just trying to think of the best way to address that issue, the best way to keep Wyoming as pristine as it can be, and to concentrate recreation in those areas, and to do it as safely as possible.
Anyone want to address the roads issue?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mickelson.
Mr. Mickelson.
How about we go with Director Nesvik?
Yeah, so Madam Chairman, the road access right now, there's basically a public road that runs from, if you go straight south of Guernsey, you can connect all the way on a public road to Wheatland, coming in on the east side of Wheatland. And that road goes right by Gray Rock. So its access comes from two directions, either from Guernsey to the north of the reservoir, or from Wheatland from the west. And then there also is one county road that connects to the southeast that people from Torrington can access from that direction as well. As far as campsites, I mean, there's really right now, because of just a lot of use, there are concentrations in places where people camp now, where I would envision, similar to what State Parks has done very successfully in Guernsey and Glendo reservoirs, those two state parks, there would be an opportunity, no matter who managed it, to put in some actually established campsites. And state parks has, definitions for what is an established campsite and what the standards should be for that. And, to provide the right kind of experience and also decrease the potential and the risk for habitat degradation due to the way that people use the land. And that what's happened now is what was happening before at those other state parks, where you'll get large gatherings. I mean, literally up to like 100 campers in one, all together in one spot. And that's where we've started to have problems, and it's playing out just like it did at those other two reservoirs 15 and 20 years ago.
Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So first off, I'm greatly appreciative of what Basin brings to the table for Wyoming dollar-wise, knowing full well most of that electricity is exported to Nebraska and Colorado. My question is, what besides maintaining the infrastructure there as far as the dam, the reservoir, for the use of the power plant, what monies over and above that are available through the cooperative, through Basin, to put back towards state parks or game and fish, or is that already included?
Mr. Mickelson.
I would like to, Madam or Representative Sweeney, I'm not sure I'm in a position to answer that. I would be glad to get back with you. The project definitely brings a lot of value to the county and the state, but I don't know if I could accurately answer your question at this time. I apologize.
Committee members, it's 10:15. We've got about 15 more minutes for this discussion. Just real quick, can I just look, who in the audience is here to testify on this particular topic? We've kind of gotten down into the weeds with the Gray Rocks issue, but we do have other things that we've listed, Sunrise and others, Miracle Mile. So does anyone want to testify on any of these topics? We have one person in the audience. Is there anybody else online that has signed up to testify? I'm getting a nod no. Okay, so we've got time. Committee members, any other questions for our panelists? Okay. Director Nayland, I may have missed this. What is the timeline you're hoping with the site criteria? Deputy Director.
Madam Chairman, thank you. The site criteria for Gray Rocks, we are just in the very beginning stages of this. So I would envision that it would probably take us at least 9 to 12 months based on past history to go through that process. There's obviously going to be a lot of public interest, and we'll want to engage in our stakeholders.
Okay. What about Sunrise?
Sunrise is well underway, Madam Chairman. I think that we probably won't be able to, we'll probably be in a position to make a recommendation to Director Westby and then to the State Park Commission sometime this fall. But I wouldn't envision, because of the timeline, it coming before you perhaps until, and Director Westby, correct me if I'm wrong, I think till the next year as an interim topic.
Then the timeline for maybe a Miracle Mile.
I'm going to ask Deputy Director Glenn to talk about the Miracle Mile and some of these other projects, if that's all right.
Yes.
Madam Chairwoman, thank you. And I'm very thankful that Director Nesvik is here as well, because he's been probably more heavily involved. Move it. All right, thank you. Probably more heavily involved in some of those. But we've been having a lot of discussions with Bureau of Reclamation, and I know Game and Fish has been having a lot of discussions with Bureau of Reclamation. Time-wise, we're years out. There's a couple of different options that we've looked at. Do we sign an MOU with the Bureau of Reclamation and manage it for them? I think both us, and I'll let Director Nesvik speak for Game and Fish, we want to own it. the state wants to own it, the Game and Fish or state parks. We've been having good conversations with Game and Fish, working on putting together some plans on how we would look at managing that as a team cooperatively. And the same goes for that North Glendo piece of land. We would much rather own it than manage it for the federal government. And I think the great thing about the Miracle Mile is obviously it's an amazing fishery and people are there now. We have the ability to expand that. We have the ability to potentially work with the Bureau to say, you know what, let's expand it to where it goes down to the reservoir, and maybe you create an ORV park down to the reservoir. So not only do we bring in the people that are coming now, but do we bring in more people to experience that as well? And I would very much defer to Director Nesvik.
Go ahead, Director.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. And thank you, Deputy Director Glenn. So, you know, the Bureau of Reclamation has been interested for quite some time. They're not recreational opportunity managers. They don't really like having to have that responsibility at Miracle Mile. They've been asking Game and Fish to look at this for a number of years. And frankly, what I responded to them in their most recent request with was that, you know, we're not interested. We don't have the resources right now to just take over a responsibility for the federal government. I mean, right now our sportsmen and women are able to use that area. But I did tell them, as Deputy Director Glenn kind of indicated, I said, you know, if you're willing to talk to us about transferring the deed to the state of Wyoming, there's more benefit to the state of Wyoming, and there's a potential to have a good discussion then about investing resources. As Senator Landon mentioned earlier, this would include for us, depending on our level of engagement in any kind of a final agreement, you know, we'd have to allocate more personnel to it. We'd have to allocate more resources. But at the end of the day, the transferring the property from the federal government to the state is, I think, the first step. And the Bureau of Reclamation has responded positively to that. And they have an internal process that they go through to evaluate lands like this to determine if they're needed. And they have completed that evaluation on both of the lands that we're talking about here, North Glendo and Miracle Mile, and have concluded that they are unneeded lands, which is the first step that we have to go through. The next step is there's actually two. One is, and these can happen simultaneously, Game and Fish and state parks, now that we know they're willing to initiate that process to transfer those lands, we have to figure out internally how we think it's best for the public and best for our agencies and the resources that we manage to actually put a plan on the ground. And then, you know, secondly, we have to go through a lot of hoops with the BLM. The BLM at the end of the day is the entity that we have to go through to transfer the lands. BOR, when they make this decision that they're unneeded, it gets transferred back to the BLM, and then we go through a process that's outlined in federal code to have the BLM transfer those lands to us. And we've received a commitment from the Bureau of Reclamation that they would support that transfer, but they've also told us that it's typically a long, many-year type of a process. So that's where we're at. The progress we've made on this is that they have made that internal decision and they're ready to call them unneeded lands. They do have a lot of reservations that they call them reservations. Basically, we would probably look at them like easements or deed restrictions, because Bureau of Reclamation has to continue to maintain flood pools and some of their infrastructure at dams, water flow gauges, those kind of things. But anyway, they're willing to move forward. That was an important step, and now we're at that point where we've got to take it to the next step in the process. But we won't have a great update in 3 months on where this is at, because it will move quite slow, I'm sure. But I think in the long term, there's a real potential for this to be a benefit to Wyoming. There's, at Miracle Mile, there's 2,400 acres roughly. And with the potential of even some additional ground there that's deeded to the BLM, and then a real similar amount of land, 2,560 acres at North Glendo, that could potentially be transferred here. So with that, Madam Chair, that was the update I had on those two properties, and I would be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
We have Madam Co-Chair and then Senator Landon.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And Director Nesvik, just if I've got a couple questions, can you recall when in a moment of time, most recently or any time, the federal government ever transferred or sold back a piece of property to the states?
Director?
Madam Chair, I don't have a specific example for you. I do know there is a process, and in certain circumstances, if they are able to ensure that they have certain restrictions on the ground, you know, like that the state can't sell it and those kind of things, that those things have happened in the state. But I don't have a specific recent example. We don't have anything in Game and Fish where they've transferred a piece of property to us. However, they have done, you know, when we've got BLM, let's say that's landlocked by our commission's deeded ground, they have essentially acquiesced all decision authority and management of those lands to us, with the exception of the NEPA process, which they can't cede that away.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes, Madam Chairman, thank you. And Director Nesbitt, thank you. So I see a pattern with our federal agencies where they're willing to acquiesce management to the states or the counties, but do they pay you to do that management for them? Do they pay the state? I'm just wondering, I mean, if what's in it for us is the possibility of future ownership, or, you know, I'm just concerned that they're willing to allow us and the state, you know, to bear the management and the cost of management, but with this, you know, this potential possibility of ownership. And then my fear is that in the end, the state's going to end up bearing all the cost of management, and we still won't see ownership at the end. If not that, I'm just wondering if they would pay us to manage these properties.
Director?
Madam Chair, you know, actually, that's the reason that nothing's happened to this point. They've been, because I haven't been interested in managing their property for them, and my predecessors have not either, because it doesn't come with very much money at all, very many resources. You know, I understand the position they're in, where they are not, Bureau of Reclamation, as an example, is not real well suited to manage this type of a recreational use. But, you know, my position has been that there's not a lot of benefit to the state if we're just managing your property without you providing resources. And so that's where this idea of land ownership changes, and us actually ending up owning the ground, I see benefit in that. And so if we were to enter into any kind of a temporary management agreement with them, it would be exactly that. Temporary and contingent upon them continuing to support the process of deeding the property over to the state of Wyoming, and with them full well knowing that if that doesn't occur, that, you know, that the management reverts back to whichever federal entity that we're talking about.
And then Deputy Director Nayland.
Madam Chair, Madam Co-Chair, there are two that come to mind immediately. One, in North Dakota, I had a chance to meet with, I think, the regional manager for the Bureau recently up at Keyhole. And he was telling us about how they transferred 2 Bureau properties back to, I think it was North Dakota. I could be wrong on that. It's North or South Dakota, but I think it was North Dakota. And then the second one you're all familiar with, or hopefully, is Quebec 1. Our historic site was a federal property that came to the state. So.
Thank you.
Senator Landon.
Madam Chairman, thank you. My question revolves around some experience in the last 2 or 3 months, in particular, that we've had with properties around Alcova Reservoir. Also, some constituents of mine who frequent Boyson, and in visits with our county officials, it feels like there's been a real cooling off over the last 1.5 years by the Bureau of Reclamation with respect to any of the conversations about lease agreements or anything else, or those who manage the properties. So my question, you know, I'm looking at Mr. Glenn and others, Deputy Director, have you sensed that there is less of a willingness of the Bureau of Reclamation to work with us now? It felt like 2 years ago, we maybe had some momentum. Has that diminished at all? What's your take on that?
Deputy Director Glenn.
Madam Chairman, Senator Landon, we haven't seen that cool off. We've actually been, as Director Nesvik said, the Bureau has been reaching out to the Game and Fish regarding Miracle Mile. They've been reaching out to us as well. We've been talking about North Glendo. I actually am seeing a little bit of the opposite of they're going, and Director Nesvik mentioned this, they will openly admit we're not good at managing recreation. We're good at managing water. You all are good at managing recreation. So I have not seen that cool off. And frankly, you know, regarding, besides a couple of other issues, they've been great partners to work with.
Madam Chair, just a quick follow-up. Mr. Glenn or Deputy Director, even Director Nesvik, what is it that our committee can do at this point to help you keep that momentum that you just alluded to?
Deputy Director.
Madam Chairman, Senator Landon, I think being aware of it and continuing to have discussions with us on this long term, our goal would be to actually work with the Bureau, and we started to have conversations with them to talk about land transfers around all of our reservoir parks, from Boyson, Keyhole, Buffalo Bill, Glendo, Guernsey, and they're open to that conversation. They haven't shut the door on us yet, and obviously that would take an act of Congress and take a long time to do. But that's the avenue we would like to go down and like to see. And I think they're seeing that as long as there are those easements, as long as there is that access for them, they're open to having that conversation.
Thank you, gentlemen. You know, I think something that might be helpful for our committee is these have been on our agenda now for 2 meetings. Maybe if we had a memo that has each project, a brief explanation of why there's potential state interest in, you know, acquiring or further management. And then, you know, kind of here's where we are, just so we have a timeline. As I can see, as you mentioned, these projects might take years to get sorted out. And, you know, the more we can start memorializing it for future legislators and future administrations, just so we have that kind of history so that people don't have to go back and watch these videos and try and piece together where we are with all of these projects. I think that would be helpful. So with that, we're going to close this part of the hearing on this topic. I think we have one person who would like to speak during public comment. So please come to the microphone, introduce yourself, and then we are at 10:29, our schedule. We're going to try and move on to our next topic. We're going to be a little bit behind that, but just want to make you aware of the time. And so welcome, and please share your thoughts.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman. My name is Crystal Reynolds. I am here on behalf of the Northern Arapaho Tribe, the Tribal Historic Preservation Office. I am the tribal archaeologist. I have comment on this as I'm wondering if there has been any consideration to include or involve the tribes with projected plans to update and create new recreation areas, and how to manage or protect our cultural resources, especially being that there are archaeological sites, cultural, traditional, and medicinal plants at any and above all of the locations that have been mentioned, especially Sunrise, Glendo, and Miracle Mile. Sunrise has a large tribal interest in the cultural significance due to the amount of ochre in the area. The mineral is used in current day ceremonies, medicine making, and traditional uses throughout the year. We would like to be able to go to this area and begin utilization of the ochre again. Then Platte area was Black Bear's camp area. This is culturally significant to the tribe still, as some of our descendants still go out and use this area for ceremonies. This was a significant area during Red Cloud's War, and there are traditional plants, medicines in that area that we would still like to gather as on the reservation, because we need these plants and medicines. We have a lot of people who are involved in our ceremonials or in our ceremonies and traditional ways still. And so we're starting to deplete our own resources. And we've actually been reaching out to some different agencies, including BLM, Forest Service, and some field offices to try to get their inventories of these plants so that we can try to start utilizing other areas so we don't deplete our resources 100%. We are also working toward making some efforts to reclaim plants and replant them on the reservation so we don't completely deplete them, but this is just something that we have on our minds. And that's all I have for you.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Rather than try and have state parks and game and fish come back online, I think what we'll do is, this will be a continual thing that's on our agenda. So maybe we'll ask for an update on some of those questions at our next hearing. And then, of course, in the meantime, if you and state parks want to reach out and, coordinate some of those responses, I think that would be appropriate. But at this time, does anyone have questions for Ms. Reynolds? Yep, Senator Landon.
Just a very quick comment. Really appreciate you stopping by today and great testimony. In visiting with the former regional director of the Bureau of Rec recently, I was interested to find out that anytime anything happens on the Miracle Mile or any of those reservoirs in that particular system, there are 63 different tribes that they work with on raising any of those reservoirs or anything. And so that was good. I was glad to know that. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Landon. Any other questions for Ms. Reynolds? Ms. Reynolds, thank you for being here today, and we appreciate it. And we'll get an update at our next meeting on some of the questions you asked about. Okay, committee members, with that, I saw Senator Case just came in the room. Welcome, Senator. And we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to pick up on our next agenda item. So come back here at 10, come back at 10:40. Committee members, it looks like we have a quorum. We're getting close to it. The next item on our agenda is state parks and cultural resources. First, we're going to discuss the purchase of the State Trails Program building. There's a bill draft in your packet, I believe. And so with that, Director Westby, if you want to provide us with an update.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Again, Darren Westby, State Director of State Parks and Cultural Resources. First, I want to thank everybody that had the opportunity and took the time to take a tour through this building. I know Forrest is not only a great trails manager, but also I find is a really good tour guide. So hopefully you enjoyed the building and you see the potential and why we're so interested in that facility. But with that, I'll turn it over to either Dave and or Forrest or Mr. Brody to walk through the bill. I think we've had some of the conversations about the building in previous testimony. I don't want to take any more of your time. I know we're a little bit behind, but whatever your pleasure is.
Committee members, let's have Mr. Brody maybe walk us through the bill draft, and then we'll open up questions about the concept and then the draft afterward.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. John Brody, Legislative Service Office. The basic concept of the bill, as was directed by the committee at the last meeting, was to create a bill that authorized state parks to purchase this building and to essentially hold it as its own, using money from the snowmobile account and the off-road recreational vehicle account. So just generally speaking, the bill does a couple things. It authorizes the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources to purchase the building. In doing so, they need to have, or they need to consult with the Parks and Cultural Resources Commission, and then also consult with the Wyoming Trails Advisory Council, which is plays a part when it comes to the expenditure of some of the funds that are in the accounts that are going to be paying for the building. So on page 2, subsection A, that's the provision that authorizes the purchase. On page 2, moving to subsection B on line 15, this gives the department the authority basically to operate and manage the building as they own it. I should say that the state parks will not hold title to the building. They will hold, I guess, the state of Wyoming will own the building, but it will be state parks that is sort of the arm of the state that will take advantage or manage and sell and deal with the building itself. As part of subsection B, there's a provision in the bill that specifies for maintenance and repairs of the building, and that the ORV and the snowmobile account are going to pay for those repairs in proportion, as best as it can be ascertained, to the costs that are attributed to the activities associated with those accounts. So if it's a snowmobile area of the building or storage area of the building relative to the snowmobile program, then that would be the account that would pay for maintenance and repairs should they arise. Those repairs would still be subject to legislative appropriation. So they would still have to get authority to spend the money, but those are the accounts that would be designated for that purpose. Subsection C speaks to, well, as the committee may recall, there are other tenants in the building. And so subsection C kind of deals with that reality, allowing for the lease of portions of the building to other parties. Basically, the department is authorized to collect rents and expenses associated with that. And then the money that's received as a result of that activity would then be deposited into those two accounts in proportion to kind of what repairs have been required as a result of the use of the building. So it was just an attempt to try and keep the accounts fairly level and refunded as a result of just operation of the building. Now, subsection D basically is just the other side of subsection A, in that it allows for the Department of State Parks, again, in consultation with the commission and the council, to sell the building or get rid of it, basically. And then we have a few requirements in paragraphs 1 and 2 just trying to put a little bit of some guardrails on the sale of the building, adequate consideration being required, and then that the money that's received for the sale of the property, that money be deposited into the ORV account and the snowmobile trails account, since those are the accounts that are going to be tasked with the purchase of the building. Try to kind of make them whole. Subsection E, this has the purpose of this is that really the State Building Commission, when it comes to most state buildings, is responsible for the maintenance, operation, control of a lot of state buildings. So what we're doing in subsection E is making it clear that it is this Department of State Parks that is going to be responsible for that, and then giving them rulemaking authority to provide for all the various circumstances that come along with owning a piece of property for the state. As part of that, the building, excuse me, the bill requires the State Department of Cultural Resources, State Parks, to look at the building commission rules in this area and use those as guidelines for the rules that they will ultimately promulgate for the use of and management of the building. Subsection F, this is on, excuse me, page 5, lines 4 through 15. Again, these are just definitions to make sure that we're all on the same page as far as the wording that is used in the entities that are being referred to. Beginning on page 5, line 17, this is going to be some of your conforming amendments that are going to be required. We had to go into the statute speaking to the duties of the General Service Division and State Building Commission to make it clear that state parks, similar to the Department of Transportation, for example, is kind of outside some of the requirements that are imposed under Title IX. However, we don't just, or the bill does not just exclude state parks as an agency entirely. It creates sort of a niche exclusion for state parks to be outside of some of those requirements, but only for the purposes of the trails bill or trails program building that is the subject of this legislation. So that's going to be the language that's included at the top of page 6. And then we also include that similar language at the top of page 7. On page 7, line 11, here we had to go into the snowmobile account, and then you'll see later in the bill, we had to go into the ORV account. Basically, as the statutes that created those accounts are written, they're pretty prescriptive on how that money can be used. So we felt it was necessary to go into those accounts and just make it clear that the monies in those accounts can be used indeed for the management of these buildings or for this building and the appurtenant structures, or excuse me, the property and the appurtenant structures. And that's really just conforming to make sure that I guess legally we're good on that front. Moving on to page, and I'm being brief, so if you'd like me to slow down, I certainly can. But moving on to page 9, section 3 is a reporting requirement. So the Department of State Parks is going to have to return to this committee on or before September 1st of 2022, and just provide an update on the kind of status of the project, the purchase, and kind of how the world sits at that time when it comes to this building. Then below that, section 4 is just the appropriation of the funds from each account. Each account is 50% responsible for providing money to purchase the property. In discussions with state parks, it was our understanding that the purchase of the property would be $2.6 million. Therefore, we do 1.3 from each account. And then we have it effective immediately, Madam Chairman, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Brody? Senator Landon?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Brody, at the bottom of page 4, I believe it's bottom of page 4. My apologies, bottom of page 3, paragraph D. I believe that you answered it later in the bill when you talked about the language, which includes this as one that is akin to the University of Wyoming or to our community colleges. My question is, having been on SBC, this seems like this would be a rather unique situation. Is that correct? Because it seems like even in the community college system, for example, there are requirements to go through SBC and deal with A&I. Is this unique with language like appears at the bottom of page 3 and top of 4?
Mr. Brody, and then we'll take comments from the State Parks Department.
Madam Chairman, Senator Landon, I would say that most agencies just fall within the State Building Commission. And as you mentioned, there are those few agencies that fall outside of that kind of normal approach. So State Parks would be added to that rather short list of Department of Transportation, Game and Fish Department, community colleges, University of Wyoming.
Director Westby.
Chairwoman Ellis and Senator Landon, our agency already presents in front of the State Building Commission on all of our facilities that we oversee within the state park system. This just will be another one added to that reporting process that we go through to show what projects we're working on what facilities, how much major maintenance or maintenance is going to be put into the facility, and anything else that we're going to be doing with that would probably have to go back through the State Building Commission. So like when we're talking about a potential sale of it down the road, if that ever happens, it would have to go back to the State Building Commission to let them understand what we're trying to do with it, and go back through that process. But we currently go through the State Building Commission on all of our projects that we do.
Follow up, Senator Landon.
Just Madam Chairman, thank you. And I appreciate that, Director. Thanks. I just can see where the State Building Commission is going to want to have some say at some point in the process. So thanks for that clarification.
Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So kind of, Director, kind of a follow up to that. First off, I'm totally in favor of this, but isn't it true, though, that this actually carves out this particular building, both on major maintenance? It would not be included, in that major maintenance category when it goes to the State Building Commission, for receiving funds, as does other projects. But I would just follow up to the committee, having served with Senator Landon on State Building Commission for 4 years until we both got kicked off. But I know this has been studied and looked at every angle. So that's not in question. I'm just the semantics and the wonkiness of all of this, I guess. But would that not be true, that this doesn't fall under because of the way the bill's written as far as major maintenance?
Director.
Chairwoman Ellis, Representative, thank you for that question. It would not fall under the State Building Commission's major maintenance calculation that they add on to theirs. What we have developed within our the plan that it was studied, and I guess I'll step back to Senator Landon's question, just answer that a little bit better. We have taken this project and this building in front of the State Building Commission a couple times now to discuss it, and so it has been there, as Representative has said, to be discussed. And what we've done in that analysis is to develop a plan, a reserve plan, as we're generating revenues from the rentals that are in there to help offset the return on investment to the program, who's the council and the team that has been saving money to potentially buy this thing. In the plan, we have built in capital reserves. If we need to do any improvements, we have some maintenance reserves in case we have to do the furnace goes out or what have you. And so our intent is to be able to operate this as a standalone building in hopes that if we've done our analysis right, we should be able to cover it. And like I think the bill even discussed, if there's a section of the building that is mostly snowmobile and that portion has an issue, we will go to that funding mechanism to help offset those expenses during the repairs.
Okay, additional questions? Representative Winter?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I wanted to thank Director Westby for providing the opportunity to tour that building. It was very interesting, and the gentlemen that were as tour guides did a good job. But as I remember on that tour, it was mentioned that the current owner of the building was willing to hold off on selling it for a while until we could get our ducks in a row. And in this bill, it talks about September 1st, 2022. So I'm wondering, is that date going to work for the State Parks Department to accomplish this project? Do you know?
Director.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and Representative. We believe we could, if we get the approval with this legislation, we can make that transfer happen. Unfortunately, when we started this process to where we're at today, it's been a couple of years, and luckily the current owner has been gracious enough to not put it on the market and has been very happy with us being a tenant and very much appreciate us staying in that facility and is willing to, like I said, not put it on the market at this point. Unfortunately, it's been a couple of years and things in that country have escalated. And so the only thing that concerns me in the specific language of the bill is the exact pricing on it. And that is a little bit concerning to me, that what happens between a couple of years ago when we had the analysis and the appraisal done to what if she were to go out and do another appraisal, what that would do. And with the specificity of the 1.3 and the 1.3 coming out of the two accounts, if the appraisal comes in and she's not willing to accept what's in this legislation, that we may have be hamstrung on that. But in the timeline of being able to get the property transfer, we feel that we can, if approved upon signature immediately, then we should be able to effectuate that transfer within that timeline.
Follow-up, Representative Winter.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Director Westby, I wanted to thank you for involving your commission on this tour as well. And I would encourage you to continue to involve them wherever you need to in order to, I think they're really invaluable to this agency, and I would just hope that you could continue to use them where necessary. So thank you.
Questions from committee members on the purchase of the building? Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Director, sorry, I'm going to probably throw a little bit of dirt again. Have we considered the possibility of this being a privately ran operation instead of being state ran? And I know I'm going way out on the other side, but is this an opportunity for we could see a private sector fulfilling a job that does not need to be ran by the state? Just because I think that's ultimately always our goal is to make the government smaller and make private sector more capable of handling its own jobs. And I just didn't know if that's even been something that's been set out for bid or an option going into the future.
Director.
Chairwoman Ellis and Representative Haroldson, maybe I'm not 100% tracking your question. Are you talking the entire program, or are you talking the operation of the building? Could you define that just a tad bit better for me?
Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Director. So it would not be the entire program. Obviously, you guys need to run the program, but the actual grooming of the designated trails by private sector and private individual. So we could actually look at, obviously my country, I'm close to Albany County. We've got the entire snowy range system. Would we have a private sector company to groom the snowy range systems or the Albany peak systems or whatever that may be? So just, it would be you guys managing the program, but private individuals grooming, and it might eliminate the need for this type of a structure.
Director or Forrest, I know we visited about this.
Chairwoman Ellis and Representative Haroldson, I'm definitely going to defer to the experts on it. However, and thank you for the question, because I think it's a softball for us. That's why I definitely want to turn it over to somebody that can knock it out of the park for you, because I know we do have existing contracts that do exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, Madam Chairwoman Ellis, members of the committee. First, I just want to thank you for the support of, standing behind this, and everyone that was available to join us on the tour Wednesday afternoon. In regards, Forrest Kaminga, the Wyoming Trails Program Manager. And in regards to Representative Haroldson's question, the Trails Program utilizes a huge amount of the private sector for private grooming contracts. And going forward, that's our plan. I feel that the Trails Program has reached maximum capacity of internal employees. Granted, those internal employees, their job duties might change or transition or alter, but that's where I see the future of this program, is not only grooming contracts in the winter, but also trail building contracts in the summer. Reaching out to these smaller companies, entrepreneurs, and in communities that are directly adjacent to these trail systems, and just utilizing them. As tourism grows, I have been a direct witness of issues that we have. I mean, just getting lodging for our internal trail crew. So to grow that trail crew, that issue is only going to grow. Our option is to utilize the private sector more and more as this program expands.
Chairwoman Ellis, if I could prompt him to go a little deeper on why the state owns equipment, and then we lease them out to the private sector versus companies that we have them do everything with the equipment as well.
Yes, and Chairwoman Ellis, to go a little bit deeper into that, and as our discussion on Wednesday during the tour is, the reason that we do have the internal equipment we have is because it's a huge undertaking for the private sector to pick up about it's for one snowcat and drag to groom. You're looking at about $500,000 worth of equipment. So when you're looking at some of our smaller systems throughout the state, it's just not cost feasible for them to go pick up that kind of spend that kind of money on equipment. So what we do is we have what we call a pilot program. The Trails Program purchases the equipment. The contractor bids their fuel, time, and maintenance on the equipment to groom the areas. Albany Lodge is an example of that. We provide them 3 snowcats. They provide 1 of their own. And then we also, right now, we're sitting at about $1.9 million per season is what we spend on private contracts throughout the state to groom the 2,200 miles of trail we provide.
Further questions? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you, gentlemen. Or Director Westby, did you have additional comments?
No, Madam Chairman, other than if I know we have public comment for this section at the end. Did you want to take public comment on the trails building now?
So committee members, I think what would be good is we've got some subsets of what we're going to be discussing. So I think public comment on just the trails building, and then we do have draft legislation. So I think we could either talk about how, whether or not we want to introduce that, have more time to stew on it. But that's out there for our consumption to decide what we want to do. But right now, let's stick to the focus of trails. So is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak specifically toward the trails building? I know we've got a commissioner from Fremont County. Welcome. LSO, is there anyone online?
No, Madam Chairman.
Okay. Is there anyone else in the public that wants to speak on the purchase of the Trails building? I don't see anyone else. All right, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee. Wanted to speak to the building. We've had a couple of conversations.
And then, just
I'm
for the
sorry, my
record,
name
sir.
is Mike Jones, Fremont County Commissioner. Myself and our assessor, Fremont County Assessor Tara Berg, have had a couple of conversations with the State Parks group, basically in concern referencing the taxes that would be lost. And we've had we still, I would still say I'm still in support of the idea of moving forward with a sale. We have discussed a couple other issues in Fremont County, like management of government draw, which is a BLM, but there are unrolled trails out there, and there's a lot of issues with illegal dumping and maintenance of roads. And we've discussed potentially getting some help from the State Trails Program in terms of adding some additional funding to that. So we're comfortable with this moving forward. Just wanted the committee to be aware of that.
Questions for Commissioner Jones?
Madam Chairman.
Representative Sweeney?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. What is the property tax on that building?
Commissioner?
Madam Chair and Representative Sweeney, I can't remember. Do you guys remember the number? I apologize.
Mr. Kaminga?
Madam Chair, yes, that's right. 2021 taxes on it sat right at about $6,400.
Further questions from committee members? Seeing none. Commissioner, just one question. I believe there are some non-state agency entities housed in that building currently. One is a federal entity, but there's also, I saw some DMV services. Do you have any comments about, just kind of how that partnership works between county and city agencies that are currently housed in there, or just some insight?
Yeah, I think for Fremont County, it's certainly, Madam Chair, excuse me. It certainly is a benefit to have them there. There are jobs involved and there's other commerce that goes on within the county. So we see it as a benefit to have them there, and we'd hate to lose them, that's for sure. As for the other agencies, as far as I know, that works for them as well. And our motor vehicles group is out there, I believe, in the building, and we all use that. So, and it's convenient. It's just right outside of Lander.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alrighty, Director Westby, did you have additional comments? Okay. Alrighty, committee, what's your pleasure? We have a motion from Representative Schuler to move the bill, seconded by Representative Sweeney. Discussion from committee members. Senator Landon.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I really support this idea. And I commend the state parks, for all the work that's been done to try to come up with a way to accomplish something at a time when there isn't a lot of revenue around. This is kind of in keeping, Madam Chairman, with a lot of the work we've been doing over the last 5 or 6 years to get ourselves out of some of these leases. You'll recall that we've got a state office building that's going to open here pretty soon. Representative Sweeney and I have sat on that committee to oversee that effort, and that will take 11 different agencies and put them in a state building and pay for itself in 12 years. I just think this one makes a lot of sense, and I'm going to support the bill. Conceptually, when the time comes, I think there's a lot of wisdom in the comments by the director that we probably don't want to put a specific amount in there. What we could do with an amendment is just say half of the funding for that, the cost of the building will come out of one account, half of it will come out of the other, but we can do that when we work the bill. Thank you.
Further comments, Representative Knapp?
Madam Chair, thank you. Before we
before we work the bill, I just wanted to hear from some of the members who have served on or with the State Building Commission or some of our more experienced legislators, just on a policy issue. I have a bit of a concern that we have a State Building Commission, we have A&I. Typically, whether it's a county or a corporation, you would want to run all real estate or all ownership under one department. And I agree that it's creative to come up with a way to pay for the building. I just wonder, as a matter of policy, as legislators as a whole, how we feel about continuous carving off of ownership of buildings, the way to assess rent for people that go into two separate accounts. Just as a matter of consistency, I'm concerned. And then also, I'm a great defender of fees. I think that's one way to fund government, is for the people that use a resource to pay a fee to use it. I would hate to lose some of that defense of fees with my conservative counterparts to have it start paying for buildings, unless we let the public know that a certain portion of that fee is for capital construction or for a fee to own buildings. I just wanted to have that conversation before we start working the bill.
Thank you, Representative Knapp. Was it Representative Sweeney? Did you have a comment? Oh. Senator Landon.
Well, Madam Chairman, I'll do my best to add a couple of comments to the representative hit on some very important points, and you could tell, I think, Representative, that I alluded to that right off the bat, which is when we talked with Mr. Brody about, is this set up a little bit differently than some of our other buildings? And there's no question that it is. And part of that, I think, was an effort on the part of the agency to come up with a way of accomplishing this without coming to us as a legislature and saying, you know, can you give us $2 or $3 million at a time when we really don't have $2 or $3 million. So as we work it through a process, if we decide we want to go forward with this, I can assure you that our friends on appropriations and our friends out on the floor are going to have this debate going forward. And whether or not we want to set aside a building and operate it a little bit differently, that's a policy decision on our part. But this has been kicked around for at least a couple of years. It came in front of SBC a couple of times. And I can tell you that our electeds are somewhat supportive of doing this. But they, of course, will take their direction from the legislature. So, and maybe Representative Sweeney has some additional thoughts.
Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I would just add to that, at least twice, if not 3 times, the State Building Commission has looked at this, tried to figure out a way to do this. And I think this is our best. One of the things and questions that I know Representative Walters and myself both asked was, have you looked at other facilities? Because at the time this started, there were a number of large buildings in Riverton available that would have taken substantial modification to make them work, that appeared to be a good real estate buy, but really in essence didn't fit the bill. And I think what the department has come up with is a great solution. I think we would hear an outpouring of mistrust at the direction the department's headed. I'm a snowmobiler, haven't got to go in a few years, but I think they in particular would have been upset enough to come forward. And I don't hear that from my constituents on the direction we're heading with this, because this is what this program is all about. And it makes total sense to be in the heart there in Lander. And so I think the State Building Commission has really looked at this, and I think this is a good use of the fees. And to Representative Knapp's comments, I think that the department has looked at that. I think the State Building Commission has thought through that process also. And I think you can safely tell your constituents that this is a great use of those fees, and it'll pay dividends to the program by the purchase of this building. So I think those are great comments, great questions. And I'm sure we'll debate it on the floor.
Alrighty, committee members, just as a timekeeper, it is 11:19. Our next topic of Game and Fish, as you'll know on our agenda, is for 11:30. So we are running behind schedule. In addition to discussing the Trails Program building, we'd also like an update on the State Museum, as well as having a discussion about self-sustaining funding. So I don't think we're going to get through those other two, this topic and those two, in 10 minutes. So we are behind schedule. Just be mindful of that. But we do have a motion on the floor on the draft bill. Committee, is there further discussion? Seeing none, committee members, shall we work the bill? All righty. So we've got, let me pull it back up. All righty, on page 1, are there any proposed amendments? And I'm trying to, if you're online and I'm not responding to you, go ahead and unmute yourself and just get my attention. Okay, I don't see any proposed amendments for page 1. Page 2, any proposed amendments? Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Senator Landon.
Madam Chairman, this would be a conceptual amendment. I'm looking at Mr. Brody, my good friend, who might be able to accomplish this. If it is the vote of the committee, I would propose a conceptual amendment, which would, as I mentioned, take half of the cost of the purchase of the building out of one account and half out of the other account that are already in the bill, as opposed to specifying any amount of dollars. And I'm looking over at Mr. Brody. I believe we can do that. So that's my motion.
Mr. Brody.
Madam Chairman, the bill can certainly provide that sort of guidance when it comes to where the money should come from. However, I would advise the committee that there will be additional action that would be required by the legislature to appropriate this specific dollar amount. An alternative could be to appropriate more money than is necessary, and then to require that any unexpended funds be redistributed back into the accounts from which they came.
Madam Chairman, I do appreciate that advice. In all my years on school facilities and then on SBC, what you run into is that whatever amount you put there, it's interesting how that's where the assessment comes in. It's remarkable how that happens. But so that, maybe we just take it forward the way it is and just know that we may have an issue with that cost amount. I'm willing to withdraw the motion.
Further discussion? I think the senator raises a good point. I would hate to have to take this on later and with it introduced and then run the amendment. I mean, that's the drawback of working it right now. But as Representative Newsom.
I just have a question for Director Westby. Where are we in the negotiations with the building owner at this point?
Director?
Chairwoman Ellis, Representative, basically the same conversations that we've had for the last several years. She's still interested in selling to us. We know that there's probably going to be another appraisal. Might I suggest that if it goes forward in this existing language, if there is any amendments that need to be had, we can take it up in committee during session. And if we need to modify those numbers due to a slight increase in the appraisal or the negotiated amount, we can probably take it up in a slight amendment.
Okay. Senator Landon, did you have further comment?
Madam Chairman, thank you. I just, we can cross our fingers with regard to the appraisal. As the director points out, we've taken a little bit of time on this one, 2 or 3 years. And we know what's going on in Fremont County, so we'll just have to see. But
the motion's been withdrawn. Any other amendments for page 9? Seeing none. Page 10. Questions being called. We'll do a roll call vote. And this is to introduce this draft bill LSO 22 LSO 0073, working draft number 5.
Senator Guru.
Aye.
Senator Landon. Senator Salazar. Senator Schuler. Representative Banks.
Aye.
Representative Harrelson.
No.
Representative Hunt.
No.
Representative Jennings.
No.
Representative Knapp.
No.
Representative Newsom. Representative Sweeney. Representative Winter. Co-Chairman Ellis. Co-Chairman Flintner. We have 9 aye, 5 no.
Okay, that bill will be introduced for the next session. Thank you, State Parks, for presenting us with information on that. The next item that we'll talk about is an update on the State Museum. You'll recall from our last meeting, we met in Cheyenne. We took a tour of that facility. And so I thought it would be helpful for us to really understand kind of where we are as far as talking about improvements to a state museum. So Director.
Thank you, Chairwoman Ellis. And I believe, oh, there she is. Hi, Sarah. Unfortunately, Sarah wasn't able to make it with us today, but we have her online and I turn it over to her if that's your pleasure.
Yes, Ms. Needles.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and everyone. I apologize for not being there in person. Had a bit of a cold, did not want to share germs with everyone. Sarah Needles, I'm the Deputy Director over Cultural Resources, and this shouldn't take very long. I know that you're a bit off on your time right now. Just a quick update for you on the State Museum. As you recall, we had intended to put forward a request to have a feasibility study done for expanding in the museum, current museum space, in expanding into other areas in the Barrett building. And we also gave some thought to whether or not to ask for a feasibility study on a new museum building as well. So currently what we have in place is a level 1 and 2 study for the museum facility, which is the expansion, is listed in the CapCon budget. So we are currently on that list. Frankly, it would cost a lot more to go ahead and ask for the entire assessment for a new state building as well. But I do think that, if we decide to go that direction in the future, we certainly have some of the base is covered here that'll be in this study that could be added on to that at a later date. So just to give you kind of an update, when we toured the museum, I think that we talked about the fact that we are creating a new classroom space. That is almost complete now, so it's looking really good. If anyone gets over there, please take a look at that. And as just a reminder, that was all paid for with either grant funds. So that's basically my update. I am happy to take any questions from the committee.
Questions from committee members on the State Museum? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Needles. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Alrighty, the next item on our agenda is self-sustaining funding. And with that, this has been an ongoing topic in our committee for a while. So Director Westby, feel free to provide some comments on that.
Thank you, Chairwoman Ellis. Comments, I guess what we're trying to do is really doing anything and everything we can do to stand up that office outdoor recreation. I think everybody can see the importance of that office, the potentials that it can happen. We heard from the SWAT team in Southwest Wyoming. Those outdoor recreation collaboratives are happening all over the state right now. And there's some really great ideas that are coming out of it. There's just little funding to implement any of these great ideas that the communities are coming up with. And so our focus right now is to really stand that office up, get it some operational funding, get it some potential grant funding. We've been working, I know Chris talked a little bit about the agency groups that we pulled together for the outdoor rec. It's not a task force, it's just a working group of outdoor rec agencies that we pull together, and we really brainstorm about how we can help each other out, whether it's a little bit of funding here, a little bit of administration here, to be able to take these outdoor recreation collaboratives and be successful in your communities. The growth of outdoor recreation, I say it's a growth, they're here. And I think Deputy Glenn has already said that, or Deputy Nayland, I can't remember, but those people are here. I've heard a lot of comments about we're being overrun. Well, in some areas we have a lot of areas that haven't even been touched. And so our hope is to use these outdoor recreation collaboratives and the staff and the team to really focus the energies on sustainable design and spreading the love throughout the entire state, not just focused on one area or another. And with that, I guess one of the things that we've done just recently is worked with the Office of Tourism with, they had an EDA grant that came out, and we're able to utilize some of their funding to stand up the office and really hit the ground running right now, in hopes that we can put forward in the budget going into 2023 that would be more sustainable funding for that office through the Office of Tourism on product development, product improvement. And can't say enough about Director Schober and her team on their efforts throughout the Outdoor Rec Collaborative to ensure, or outdoor rec world, that they understand that the products that we're hopefully going to expand upon, and the programming and the concierge programs that we're trying to get within our staff to be able to help guide people through our state, not just say, here's what we have. What we want them to do is reach out to us and let us direct them as they're going through. You're going to Yellowstone, you're starting in, Denver. Well, we got 30 spots that we can point you in that's not overly congested. If you like the wide open spaces, here's where you can go to gain that experience, and put them in contact with the individual private sector. As Representative Harrelson talks about, we'd love to just create millionaires throughout the entire state of entrepreneurs that want to start up guide rental facilities, companies that can really help out. And some of these outdoor rec collaboratives, I walk in and just say, who wants to be the next millionaire? And just say, here's some opportunities, here's some ideas. We're going to work like crazy to develop some ideas and concepts. So hopefully we can get movement on that. And Dave, do you have anything you want to add?
Yes, maybe I could just talk about some ideas that we've thrown around. one of the things, I believe it was Senator Landon yesterday, stated that a lot of the search and rescue funds are come on the backs of sportsmen. And I agree with you 100%. And thank you for commenting on that. And I would add the motorized community as well. If you look at our recreation trail program grant funding, it's about $1.4 million a year that comes into the state. We are the pass-through agency that passes that on to communities, nonprofits, agencies that apply for grants. 30% of that goes to non-motorized trail construction. That is actually brought from a federal fuel tax on ORVs and snow. So once again, snowmobiles and ORVs are paying for non-motorized trails. So one of the ideas that we have come up with, and I do think it's ready for prime time. Sorry, he wrote "be brief" on there, so I will be very brief. Is the idea of a mountain bike user fee within state parks and on specified state lands. This is not new. Other parks have done it. They've done it successfully in other states. Roughly a resident annual pass would be $20. A non-resident pass would be maybe $40. All of those monies would go directly to the ground to building and maintaining more trails. Mountain bike trails cost more to maintain. They cost more to build. Based on our rough estimates, 20,000 people buying those. Let's split the non-resident resident. It's $30, roughly $600,000 coming to the ground to put to trails to help match some of those RTP funds as well. Now, the specific state lands and specified state lands, I just want to throw out very briefly. That idea has come out with conversations through this working team and working with OSLI and state lands. And what we've looked at is said, what about the concept of us managing recreation on specific pieces of state OSLI lands? And how that would work is we would actually enter an MOU with them. We would lease the recreation value from them on that. So the state lands would receive more money for schools. In return, we would be able to charge fees and enforce rules and build and maintain trails as well on that. They're very open to discussion. Frankly, they're excited about having the discussion and they think that it's a really good opportunity. Obviously, it would take legislation because right now we are only by statute allowed to manage state parks, historic sites, and other things. They're not excited to designate some of these as special recreation areas, but rather just to us work with them, with their board, with their director. They help us determine those areas that they're open to. Duncan Ranch is an example. There's a place above my house where there's 20, 25 cars a year or a day up there mountain biking on state trails, on state lands, 7 miles of trail. So for us to go in and kind of maintain those trails, build some bridges, do some things, we think it's a very valuable and open opportunity to discuss sometime down the road.
Questions for state parks? Okay, what I heard in there was down the road. So there's no specific ask today to pick that mountain bike, maybe legislative change discussion at our next meeting.
At this point in time, we need to have more conversations with Office of State Lands and Investment.
Sounds good. I'll make a note
Yes,
we'll revisit this and see if you have any updates for us.
Thank you, ma'am.
Alrighty, committee. One concept that emerged was, and that's on our agenda, is the concept of lottery scratch tickets. And so I know Representative Newsom has brought this idea. From my understanding, we might have some online people wanting to testify. I think is Commissioner Willix on there. I was looking at the registration.
Yes, Madam Chairman, we also have the Lottery Corporation present in the room.
Yep, and then Mr. Klontz, that's right. So we'll start with Representative Newsom, and then let's tee up our online presenters and our in-person presenters. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. On our last meeting, we were talking about how to fund the outdoor recreation part of state parks. And I had an idea that maybe we should implement scratch tickets. I'm grateful to the Lotto Corporation for giving us our handout today. This is kind of the first I've seen of this, but it looks like it kind of lays out the benefits and the other considerations really clearly. So maybe I'll defer to those with expertise in this field. But my question for state parks, I don't know if you've seen this piece. It references about 650,000, estimated 650,000 a year in net profit that if we went forward would go to to the outdoor recreation office. Does that fit into what you would need budgeted on an annual basis? I guess that's my question to you.
Director.
Chairwoman Ellis, representative, thanks for that question. We're looking at, what was it, $400,000 a biennium? Yeah, 400,000 a biennium, just for operational. That's not permanent, a lot of staffing per se. But the bigger piece that we're looking for is the granting, the on the ground dollars to get some of these outdoor rec collaborative ideas off the ground. So anything over 400,000 would go towards that. Absolutely.
Okay, Representative Newsom, additional questions?
No, not at this time. I guess I would defer to the Lotto folks.
Thank you. We have, I think Mr. Klontz here in person, and then we also have Mr. Willix. I'll let you decide how you want to present to us. Mr. Willix, if you'd like to address the committee, just make sure that you're unmuted so we can hear you. But from there, I'll defer to you two gentlemen to sort out how you'd like to explain the handout you provided.
What do you prefer, Jim?
You go ahead first, John. You've
Okay.
got the presentation. I'll follow up.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is John Klontz. I'm the CEO of the Wyoming Lottery Corporation. And thank you for having me here. We were asked to put together a simple one pager on what it would take to get a scratch program or a scratch product portfolio going. So the one pager contains just the basic elements of what it would take. So to keep this brief, it would take 8 to 10 months to get from the time we started development to starting to sell scratch tickets. The most difficult part of producing scratch products is negotiating with a print vendor. This estimate I put here is fairly conservative, but that's because it depends a lot on what kind of deal we can get with print vendors. Usually it's $1 or a little more than $1 per ticket. So it depends on what kind of deal we could work out in that negotiation. You have to have a lot of winners, over 65% payout. And we think we would do well with about 4 games. I actually think maybe 5 or 6, but we would maybe start with 4, see how that goes. We could probably most likely get up to 6 games. That will increase the revenue. And then selling scratch tickets, which is the most popular product in any lottery in the entire US, is going to it's going to grab a little bit of a new player and a new type of player, some that don't play now, and other players who play other products. Players who go in to buy scratch products will also pick up other products. So we didn't factor a lot of that kind of stuff into the final estimate. I think that number will come out closer to $1 million, but to be conservative and based on the fact that we've never had scratch products here before, and this is an unusual sort of demographic, this is a conservative estimate of $650,000. I think we could easily do that. 8 to 10 months. Our current vendor would be able to do it, has the capacity to do it. The photon machines we use already when you buy your product could do it. So there wouldn't be a lot of sophisticated technology upgrade involved. Just the new concept development, printing vendor stuff. And like I said, 8 to 10 months and we'd have it going.
Mr. Willix, did you have anything you'd like to add?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jim Willix, I'm a Converse County Commissioner, but I'm here today as Chairman of the Wyoming Lottery Corporation. Mr. Klontz outlined the kind of general idea that is available. The Lottery Board has talked about scratch as a definite potential for revenue streams for Wyoming. And so we have had those internal discussions about how we could move that forward should there be legislative direction to do that. As you probably are fully aware, there will be some competing interests for the revenue stream. And you have brought up one eye today. The Lottery Board takes no position on where the money should go. Our job as a lottery is to make sure that we provide a safe and secure games for the public and then transfer that money to the state to be used however the policymakers decide it. 2 observations I would make, though, that so you are aware, standing up that game involves time and money. And the current revenue stream for Wyoming Lotto is local governments. And we would be, if you will, borrowing from that revenue stream to stand up the game. And I think on the portfolio in front of you, it could be $500,000 or more to stand up the game. That would be money that would be diverted from local government for a period of time. And then I think it would be the Lottery Board's expectation, and I would hope policy decisions, that that money then would if it stays in the recreation area, that money be reimbursed to local governments through the revenue of scratch tickets as it gets going. The lottery has never taken a dime of state money and doesn't intend to, but it does cost money to get those up and running. So with that in mind, just as this moves forward, we'd ask for that flexibility and that ability to make sure that we keep our current stakeholders whole, and then have the ability to stand up a game that would provide revenue for this or other interests as the legislature so desires. But the board is ready and willing to do this should that policy decision be made, and I'd stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Willicks. Questions from committee members, Representative Schuler, or Senator Schuler, excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just a question on how tough would it be for your retailers to make that transition from selling lottery tickets to doing the scratch tickets? Is it going to be a big ask on their part? Or, I mean, I realize they get a commission, but could you talk about that a little bit?
Madam Chair, Representative.
Mr. Clance.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes, Madam Chair, Representative. It shouldn't be a very difficult transition. I briefly mentioned that machine, when you go in and buy a lottery ticket, that's called a photon machine, that machine that they push the buttons on when you ask for a ticket. We'd be able to upload a fairly valuable number of scratch products into that machine. I don't want to get into the complexity of the technology, but it would run through that system. So other than having to hand you the ticket like they do the other lottery traditional products, it shouldn't be a big deal. We've put in here 7% when we typically give 6% to the retailers. This is an incentive. It accounts for maybe a little more skosh, a bit more time they may need to take, but it shouldn't be anything extraordinary. And it's something that when we've done surveys, we do quite a few mosaic surveys and different kinds of surveys with players, but also with retailers. And this is something that over 74% of them want. And you know, they also know that this is a very, very popular product, and they'll pick up additional revenue, not only in other lottery products, but in the draw they get from people coming in that usually buy products in addition to the lottery products. So if they get some new people in that buy a scratch ticket and a soda and some gas, I think they would appreciate that.
Further questions, Representative Sweeney?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So you don't believe, in your opinion, that this will decrease the wild lotto or any of those? It'll actually enhance?
Mr. Clance.
Madam Chair, Representative Sweeney, yes, it's something we've wanted to do for a long time, but the current statute prohibits us from producing instant products. Scratch tickets have long been the most popular product in any lottery jurisdiction, large or small. They're diverse. You can do a lot of different things with them, a lot of different themes. And you're talking about cannibalization of other products. And there are certain games that we have to be very careful about that cannibalization. This type of product is not one that we feel, and it typically doesn't, would cannibalize any of the other existing games. It would attract a new player niche within our we only really have one player niche with our population in Wyoming, but still it would attract some new players, and existing players would buy it and still buy their favorite other products. I'm just really confident in that.
Okay. Further questions, Representative Haroldson?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Director, question for you real quick on it. I guess two of them. First off, what is the cost on a scratch off ticket, and what is the average payout?
Mr. Klon.
Madam Chair, Representative Haroldson, at the bottom right, we've laid out some costs. What we would recommend is two $1 games, one $2 game, and one $5 game. $5 games, it may seem like a lot, but they've proven very popular. In fact, one state's going to come out with a $100 game pretty soon. They've gotten up as high as $50. And I remember when one state suggested a $20 game and everybody about passed out. No one will ever buy it. Well, that's led now to this $100 game because everybody buys it. But for our population demographic, our players, we think this is a good start in these price points. These are price amounts that will be very popular. We were really concerned about $5 for Cowboy Draw. We thought that might be a little bit of a stretch. People love it. They still love it. So we know people will purchase at the $5 price point, but we don't want a bunch at that price point. So we'd have $2, $1, and the $5 game. Then we'd see how that did. I think we could add a couple of more. We'd have to look at the price structure then. And then the price payout percentage is 65.6%. So, you know, that's close to 68% where we've got Cowboy Draw. Other national games are more around 50%. but that's typical for a scratch product, and as is our Cowboy Draw state lottery product, because people have to win, and that's what keeps them coming back in volume. So I think it's a good, healthy price point for the product and a good payout percentage. We'll have a lot of winners, but we should do fairly well too, and even better as it picks up momentum and we start to do, if we're allowed to do it, and we start to do theme products and, you know, Christmas scratch tickets and things like that. That's where we can really pick up some boost during different times of the year. And these estimates here don't really consider a lot of that seasonal activity. So that's why I think it probably will be much higher than this, or it's significantly higher.
Okay, further questions? Follow up?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. So sorry, not percentage amount. Like, are we looking at, is this going to be, are they looking at winning $5,000 on a scratch off, $10,000 on a scratch off, $500 on a scratch off? What are we looking at for that amount?
Director Klons, and I also see Mr. Willix. If you're trying to respond to these questions, feel free to unmute yourself and respond after Mr. Klons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Haroldson. That I can give you some general estimates on that. We'd have prizes that range from getting your dollar back to a free ticket, to doubling it to $2 or $10 on a $5 prize, to $20,000 probably. And then they would run the spectrum in there. So there's the mathematicians and the labs that we work with give us a general, but we'd get more specific with that. And they may be a little higher, like 25,000, but I imagine that would be reaching the top unless we did a special promotion and a triple your money or something like that. But I would imagine between the $1 free ticket up to 25,000 and everything in between. But that remains to be seen. And another reason for the conservative estimates, because that's the kind of thing that takes a lot of work and calculation. But based on what you typically see in scratch tickets that are like this, that's what I think we'd be looking at.
Thank you.
Mr. Willix.
Yeah, Madam Chair, it's a general comment on a couple of things if it's appropriate. The timeline, I do want to, Don and his crew are very capable of fulfilling that timeline, but I do want to caution this group as you look at it, that we have competing interests for our resources. The national games keep changing their portfolio. Powerball Mega Millions changes. That requires a lot of time and effort. We're launching Keno. That takes a lot of time and effort. So I do want to caution just a little bit that the lottery board then would take into account our resources, and that 8 to 10 months that John put forward is absolutely true from when we're able to go, both legislatively and then internally, make sure that we don't have competing interests or demands on our time from the portfolio that we currently have. So I just wanted to give some clarity to that timeline. It is true and honest, but there is competing interests for the limited resources we have. And then of course the legislative authority, and then when that would be enacted. So a lot of variables there, but I did want to just point out that there are some nuances to the time frame. The details of the games for the representatives that had asked the questions, as John pointed out, would be fleshed out internally, both with the vendor and the board would help set that determination. You know, we have the final say on what that portfolio would look like and what those prize pools would be. And to date, we've recognized that a higher payout, as John indicated, is probably the most reasonable for our state and our players. So lots of things that's still to be determined. I don't think we're prepared to answer everything today, but would continue in that dialogue as what's appropriate for Wyoming and our players, and then the revenue stream that is being desired.
Okay. Thank you. Questions for panelist Representative Sweeney? And just as a reminder, committee, it's 11:50.
So thank you, Madam Chairman. Why would we not look at putting an RFP out once we got to that point for broader spectrum on other vendors that you might bring in?
Mr. Klons.
Madam Chairman, Representative, and my thanks to my board chairman, Mr. Willis, because he is right. We do have a lot of competing interests, but we are, if this is something that gets passed, we're excited to do it, and we'll do our best to do it. And sir, yes, to put an RFP out for our gaming vendor would mean we'd have to put an RFP out for the entire spectrum of the gaming system. So there are only 3 gaming vendors out there. I've worked with all of them that are capable of doing this for a lottery. And it means the removal of every photon machine across the 450, soon to be 650 locations, retraining of retailers. It's a pretty huge process and project that would cause some serious pain to retailers, clerks, managers. That's one reason. The other reasons are we've had great success with Intralot, our current gaming vendor. And we've talked about this, myself and the board often, and there is a very strong possibility that going out to bid, we could get bids from all three vendors back that are much higher than what we currently have. That was a long time ago, COVID, everybody's sort of hurting. And I feel pretty confident that the bids we got back would be higher in terms of the percentage they would require than we have now. Wyoming is a valuable state to vendors. Obviously, they want our contract, but we're not a huge line item for them. So, you know, those are the things we consider, and many of those reasons are the reasons why we haven't suggested or the board hasn't directed me to conduct an RFP.
Further questions for our panelists? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. And LSO, is there anyone online that would like to testify or has signed up to talk on this topic? And then can I get a show of hands of people in the room who would like to speak on scratch tickets? We've got, nope, I don't see anyone. Oh, Jeremiah, sorry. Got one. Is there anyone else? Be aggressive. I really can't see you. Was there a hand in the back to speak on scratch tickets? No. Okay, so we have one person in person to testify. Is there anyone online?
Madam Chairman, no, there's nobody online.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. County Commission Association. Please identify yourself for the record.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. If it pleases you, I'd like to actually address a couple of issues that have come up, not just scratch ticket. One I'd like to do professionally, and one of them I'd like to do personally, if that's acceptable to you.
Please proceed.
All right, Madam Chairman, I'll start professionally. I am Jeremiah Riemann. I'm here on behalf of Wyoming's County Commissioners. As I think you heard in relationship to scratch tickets or the lottery more broadly, that funding currently in its entirety is committed to funding local governments. And this has become a critical piece of revenue for local governments over the course of the past few years. It's one of the few sources of revenue that is actually growing for us. And that is becoming more critical during these times. I also want to point out that as it relates to the Wyoming lottery system, local governments have committed a lot of investment into the system to make it what it is today. You can see our board president of our association is the chairman of the Wyoming Lottery. And that's because there was a great tension early on in the lottery system with what was going on and what was happening at the local level and were revenues appropriate, et cetera. And so we really invested to try and build up the lottery. 2 years ago, we supported legislation that actually meant that there would be less revenues coming to local governments for a period of time in order to build some administrative and operational efficiencies at the lottery. So this is something we're very interested in, and absent a change, that scratch ticket money would go to local governments and again be an important resource. Now, I appreciate that it would be new money that is coming in, and it's quite possible that my members would be supportive, but I don't think so. Now, I will say that if you intend to proceed, I think it's really important to build something in to ensure that that investment doesn't just stay in Cheyenne. It has to get out to the local communities. It has to get out to these collaboratives. It has to get out on the ground. So that might be something that would appease my members if you did put something forward. With that, Madam Chairwoman, I'd stand for any questions on the scratch ticket issue.
Questions for Mr. Riemann? Senator Landon and then Representative Newsom.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Riemann. I kind of suspected that perhaps the county commissioners wouldn't be supportive of not all of this going to the county commissioners and the municipalities. Having been one of those who championed getting that money to the local governments. Remember, we had quite a battle because there were a lot of legislators who wanted that to go to the schools.
Right.
So I'm really happy to hear that it's been a great source and that it's growing. I wonder if you might conjecture for me what you think this outdoor recreation might mean to our local governments in terms of sales and use and other sorts of taxes and revenue. It seems to me that the more we do on that front, the better it's going to benefit our local governments. Any thoughts?
Mr. Riemann?
Madam Chairwoman, Senator Landon, absolutely agreed. And that's why I don't want to be entirely a wet blanket on the concept. We do need to support the Office of Outdoor Recreation. We need to get resources into these local collaboratives. As I talk to my commissioners that have collaboratives that are standing up or in some of the other circles that I move in, one of the biggest frustrations is that there is no resource to actually execute on a lot of the ideas that are being presented there. So it is critical that we fund that. And again, if you are going to move forward, I think it's important, again, to move that money out of Cheyenne and get it into those collaboratives. And that might be the thing that turns the tide, and perhaps my commissioners would be supportive of that.
Further questions? Was it? Okay, it looks like the question's been addressed. Any other questions online? Looking at the Zoom, I don't see any other questions for Mr. Riemann. Mr. Riemann, you know, if there's a motion to have a bill draft, you know, certainly, I don't know that we've got quite the mechanism for making sure that that's kicked out somewhat equitably in the counties has been fleshed out enough for a bill draft yet. If there's a motion today to have a bill draft for our consideration at our next meeting, you know, certainly would invite you to prepare language and visit with your members to see what you have in mind that might appease some of that concern. So I just want to ask if that's something you'd be willing to work on if we decide to have a bill draft move forward today.
Madam Chairwoman, I think all of you know me well enough that I'm absolutely committed to working on those sorts of things. And if a bill draft does come forward, we'll try and be productive in that conversation.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you so much. Public comment? Oh, personal comment.
Yeah, Madam
Yeah.
Chairwoman, members of the committee, appreciate the opportunity to speak personally on an issue that came up in this conversation. I think some of you know that I'm a rather avid mountain biker. In fact, this morning I rode into the winds and had the good fortune of visiting Du Bois's new mountain bike store. It's great to see there what's being invested here, and I think all of you should visit there as well. Some of you may know, I actually wrote the guidebook to mountain biking in Wyoming, which was released this last September. That guidebook is called Wyoming Single Track, a Mountain Bike Trail Guide. So this is an important issue for me when we hear about mountain bike fees. And I wanted to tell you that I personally support that particular investment if the funds are committed to trail development and maintenance in Wyoming. Some of you may remember a number of years ago, this concept came up with a $15 fee. $13 of that would have gone to endangered species management and $2 to trail development. That's unacceptable to me. And so as a user, I am willing to put forward my monies. Our trails do require continual investment. I'm also a board member of Wyoming Pathways. Wyoming Pathways is a volunteer group that invests in projects throughout Wyoming for hiking, for mountain biking. And the office or the State Parks Office is one of our most critical supporters, and we certainly appreciate them. In fact, tomorrow I'm going to be with that group up on the Continental Divide Trail, where we're continuing to develop a new trail there for mountain bikers and hikers. And frankly, once that trail is done, it is going to be one of the most important assets that we have in this state. I think it rivals trails that you've seen in others. The Pinnacle Buttes up there we're working right below that. So I'm going to be putting my hands in dirt tomorrow. I did talk to our executive director about this concept. I've talked to our board about it previously. And to date, we've been supportive, again, with that caveat that monies have to go into the trails. We can't be diverting them to other places. And it is my commitment to take this concept back to them and see if we can continue to support you if you do take that up. But at least initially, personally, I'm all for it. And it looks like our board is as well.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond. Questions? I would say I purchased numerous copies of your book, given it out as gifts. It's a wonderful resource for people in Wyoming. I know State Parks, as you heard, is going to be working on this and visiting with Office of State Lands and continue to flesh that out. So please reach out to them and offer your assistance in working through it. Representative Newsom.
So this is maybe a question more for Director Westby. Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Given that we keep the funds from snowmobiles and the funds from ORVs separate to be used on those trails, I'm assuming it would be possible if we went forward with a mountain bike sticker that those funds could be kept separately for use on mountain bike trails.
Director?
Chairwoman Ellis, Representative, absolutely. It brings more to the table for sure.
Further questions for Mr. Riemann? Senator Landon?
Thank you. Real quickly, Mr. Riemann, thanks for that. I wonder if there is a piece in this development of a bill, for example, that might include hikers, or does this already? If we talk about mountain bike trails, is there a way of finding a system that would capture those who just hike the trails? Does that make sense?
Mr. Riemann?
Madam Chairwoman, Senator Landon, a couple of thoughts there. I think the primary mechanism to capture all users, whether that's hikers or mountain bikers or those equestrian members, is a trail fee, a parking lot fee. You often see a $5 charge at a Forest Service kiosk that would then hopefully not just go back to the treasury, but be invested, particularly in that trail. As you look at state parks, you could say the entrance fee is sort of that component, and maybe that's, you'll certainly have some pushback from some mountain bikers that say, we've already paid to access your resource. I think the easy part with mountain bikes is you can attach it to each mountain bike. You might have a sticker that has to be placed on that, just like your car. It's a little bit more difficult to do that. With a hiker, do you put it? You have a sticker on your backpack or whatever it might be. It just becomes more complicated.
All right, to just get us back a little bit more to scratch tickets, that's our topic. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We appreciate it. With that, public comment is closed. Committee, what's your pleasure? I think we're going to take a 5-minute break before we move on, but I didn't know if anyone wanted to provide a motion for a bill draft to just continue the discussion for our next meeting.
I'll make a motion to make a bill draft for scratch tickets that benefit the outdoor program, whatever its official name is.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Sweeney. We've got a broad outline of what was provided by Scratch Lotto. Representative Newsom, in your motion to more or less provide the lottery with broad authority, similar to how the authority they have now to kind of tease out some of the details about what types of games they offer, but just more or less a broad authorization for them to develop scratch tickets that benefit this particular agency. Okay, Mr. Brody, do you have any questions about that motion or that instruction? Do you have enough guidance?
Madam Chairman, just one quick question. There was discussion on, the startup costs for getting this type of program moving forward, and that money would probably have to come from the counties themselves. Should the counties be repaid as part of the kind of revenue that's going to be generated through the scratch tickets, or from day one, does it all go into the Recreation Division?
Representative Newsom?
I'm wondering, Director Westby, could that startup money come out from state parks?
Director?
Madam Chairwoman, Representative. Good question. I don't know what the costs are, and I hate to answer that question not knowing what the dollar figure is.
Madam Chairman.
Representative Sweeney?
So, Madam Chairman, I guess looking at this, why couldn't the lottery simply hold back? There wouldn't be any monies put to state parks or this particular program until all costs were paid, in making everybody whole, kind of an escrow account, if that's possible. I don't see John, but was kind of my thought process. Then any monies to the program after everybody's made whole.
Okay. Representative Newsom, did you have a?
I think the challenge was cash flow issue with holding money back from the counties, from the local governments. So I think it was a cash flow issue within the lottery.
You know, one option would be to not have that included in the bill draft, have that bill draft prepared, and then have relevant stakeholders come together and see if we can figure out amended language to the bill draft on whether or not the cash flow comes internally from lottery or from state parks, one of those accounts. That's a thought, unless you want to provide further bill drafting instructions right now. So I think maybe at this point, I would recommend to LSO to draft it without that specific language about the cash, addressing the cash flow issue to stand up the program. Once that bill draft language is out there, you know, the bringer of the motion and other supporters can work with us to see if we can sort through how to address that particular concern. Is that, I think that's how we'll proceed.
Okay, and Madam Chairman, we can certainly just flag the issue in the bill draft so that it doesn't slip through the cracks for whatever reason.
Perfect. Okay, that's the motion committee. We don't need a roll call vote, do we, John?
No, Madam Chairman.
Okay, all those in favor of having LSO prepare a bill draft for scratch tickets, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Okay, chair's in doubt. How about we do division? All those in favor, please raise your hand and your virtual hand. Is that 8 with 2 online hands counted? All those opposed, please raise your hands. I'm counting 6. All right, the vote is 8-6 for the bill draft. So we'll add it to our agenda for the next meeting. Okay, with that, committee members, we have one more item on our agenda to get in, have some updates from the Game and Fish, as well as talking about aquatic invasive species. We are really behind schedule. It is 12:11. We will take a quick 5-minute break, pick up with Game and Fish. We will talk about aquatic invasive species. We will do an agency update where we hear an update about the Wildlife Task Force's work. On elk feed grounds, we'll have public comment on Game and Fish, those specific Game and Fish matters. And then we will have general public comments at the end. There are representatives here who want to talk about via ferrata. I visited with Senator Case. We will have 3 to 4 presenters that are going to be asked to present for up to 3 minutes apiece on that particular issue. And then committee members, you know, just as a matter of my preference, there is a 113-page document on the Sinks Canyon Master Plan that's online. I think if I were to be really doing my job as a chairman and having this on the agenda, this would have been in your meeting materials. I would have asked you to read it and then we would ask state parks to present on it. And then open it up for public comments. That would have been my preference on how we tackle this. But knowing that people travel today, this issue is contentious. We will have at least 3 to 4 presenters speak 3 minutes if they'd like during the open public comment at the very end of the meeting. Thank you. We'll come back here at 12:20. Alrighty, committee, we're going to bring this meeting back to order. The next item on our agenda, we have some updates from Game and Fish. Who from Game and Fish, I'm guessing we have online to testify?
Madam Chairman, we have Director Nesvik.
Okay, Director Nesvik. The first topic that we'll be diving into is aquatic invasive species. And we did have a bill draft, and I know Mr. Brody drafted that bill, has it in our packet materials, but I thought I would get your feedback on the bill, the issue, and then maybe we'll have Mr. Brody walk us through the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have worked closely with LSO on this bill draft. At this point, we're prepared to make recommendations to some of the staff, or one of the staff comments towards the end regarding the amount of time that strict liability would apply. And we also have 2 amendments. And I'm going to have, when we get to that portion in that discussion, I've got the Chief of Fisheries, Alan Osterland, here with me today, and I will have him talk through some of the reasons and justification for the time frame that we recommend. Prior to those 2 items, though, Madam Chair, I don't have any concerns or anything to bring up specific to the bill draft that we have in front of us today.
Okay, Director Nesvik, before we ask Mr. Brody to walk us through the bill draft, we did get some information at our last hearing that there aren't necessarily a lot of citations issued for people who failed to get their watercraft inspected. There were a lot of warnings, or more warnings issued than actual citations. So at some point, I'd love someone to refresh my memory on those statistics. But I know there have been a few articles in the newspaper. Has your agency, to your knowledge, received any feedback from the public or people, concerned about this? I'm just kind of curious if you've heard anything, and your impression, if you think a strict liability bill like this is actually going to be an important tool and part of deterring people from illegally putting in. I'm just kind of curious to know your thoughts before we jump into the bill draft.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have not received public comment to my knowledge regarding this specific bill. However, we have certainly heard folks that are obviously very concerned about the introduction of specifically quagga zebra mussels into the state and in any of our waters. People recognize the fact that we do enjoy that benefit of not having any of those species known to be in Wyoming's waters at all. The department has done a significant messaging effort in an effort to help people understand the why. And I think that's been effective because the folks do understand better now this particular issue. We believe that a strict liability statute such as what has been drafted would serve as a deterrent. At the end of the day, the amount of money that would be applied in the current bill draft, it's not significant in addressing the extremely high costs of eradicating or actually in most cases containing a zebra mussel or quagga mussel infestation. But it would serve, I believe, as a pretty significant deterrent. And I'm working on providing you some specific numbers. I will tell you that a lot of the, and this is one of the concerns with this particular issue is that a lot of the violations of this law, not getting a boat inspection in the past, has been due to folks, there's been no intent. Folks weren't aware. I do think, though, that that's changing, and the opportunity for folks to say that they didn't know because of the messaging efforts that the department has taken on, I think is becoming less likely for the normal everyday boater to not know. The other thing I would say is a lot of folks that are that we deal with that have violated the failure to get an inspection are folks that are carrying kayaks on the top of their vehicle and just crossing our state and don't believe they need to stop because they're not going to enter any of our waters. Those are some of that's why there's a particularly high number of warnings. But if folks, for example, go past one of our check stations at a port and they've got a watercraft, our folks do stop those folks and find out, why they didn't stop at a check station, why they didn't have their boat inspected. The incidence of folks with a big motorboat that are coming from, some big body of water like Lake Powell that don't stop at a check station, those violations are obviously pose the biggest threat. but those are also the least common. And so I think that's the best way. And I'll give you some specifics here in a minute. We're working on getting those numbers for you. I think we actually sent those to the committee after the last meeting, and I'll dig those up for you. Bottom line is we do believe this is a bill worth your consideration and discussion.
Thank you, Director. Alrighty, Mr. Brody, will you walk us through the bill draft, please?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, John Brody, Legislative Service Office. So committee members, this bill essentially has two components. The first, if you look on page 2, beginning on line 7, there's a new enforcement provision that's being inserted into the invasive species part of the statute. And essentially what this does is if anyone is pulled over lawfully by law enforcement and it's discovered that they have failed to get their conveyance checked as is required currently under Wyoming statute, this provision will then require them within 48 hours to report to a authorized inspection station and have their conveyance checked. This is sort of a belt and suspenders provision in the bill, just to make sure that ultimately that a conveyance is inspected. In a general sense, the game and fish title has sort of penalty provisions that generally apply to a lot of different violations you can have. And this provision is going to be an exception to that. And instead of rather having a penalty of up to $10,000 and a 1-year term of imprisonment, this is going to be a minimum of $1,000 up to a ceiling of $15,000 and imprisonment of 1 year. So it's a bit more prescriptive or a little bit more severe than kind of some of the other violations that somebody could engage in. So I wanted to point that out to the committee. Moving into page 3. So 23.4205 is some of the penalties associated with kind of violations of the provisions that speak to aquatic invasive species. So there's a penalty provision or a criminal penalty provision in subsection A, which isn't in the bill. Subsection B speaks to the civil route that can be taken under current statute, where the game and fish can seek civil damages not to exceed the costs incurred by the commission or the Department of State Parks, kind of associated with the eradication of an aquatic invasive species that was introduced as a result of the person's conduct. So I only bring that up is just to kind of lay the groundwork of what is currently in the tool belt, so to speak, of the game and fish. And what we do is we make reference to the newly created subsection C. So what we're doing is we're creating another route for civil damages. And those civil damages begin on line 15. So basically line 15, subsection C states that if someone who violates the current law of you are required to get your conveyance inspected before introducing it to a Wyoming body of water, you're going to be strictly liable for up to $25,000 for any damages associated with the eradication of an aquatic invasive species. The commission or the Department of State Parks has this avenue available to them. And they would simply just have to show that the person, one, violated the provisions that require their conveyance to be inspected. And then the agency would have to show that subsequent to that person's visitation to a body of water, that an aquatic invasive species was discovered in that body of water. It's strict liability in the sense that there would be no proof that that person was the nexus or the proximate cause of that introduction. So the person would simply be liable because they failed to get their inspection and they introduced their boat into a water that within a period of time that the committee will need to consider or discuss, an aquatic invasive species was discovered in that body of water. I guess I wanted to make one thing. The $25,000 fee was just a point for a topic of discussion. We make note of that with a staff comment. But that will warrant committee consideration as well. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Brody? And yeah, just to make this clear, there are two penalties. One, you could be penalized for not getting it inspected. And that's one part of this concept. The other, the new concept is that proximate cause, that if it is discovered, and that penalty only kicks in if that body of water is contaminated. So those are the two distinct concepts with this bill. It looks like we've got a new participant online, I think, to provide us with some additional information. Welcome. Please unmute yourself and identify yourself for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Alan Osterlin, Chief of Fisheries for the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. As far as the director mentioned, appreciate Mr. Brody allowing us to work with him on the draft bill. As far as the monetary end of things, the department doesn't really have a stand on how much that should be. As director mentioned, we look at it as more deterrence and containment with our rapid response plans of our 23 high and medium risk waters are all very expensive. So I think it's unreasonable to expect that anybody that faces civil damages because of a positive finding would be able to support that kind of containment cost. But from a deterrent standpoint, I think that it would be significant if I had to pay $25,000 for sure. So, and then as far as the time period, where it was left blank by Mr. Brody, I consulted with our AIS experts, and they provided some comments on that. And basically, to be brief, they estimate that 2 years would be the minimum. Walk you through a scenario. If we had a boat that went down to Glendale, for instance, this year during the summertime, they were contacted by a game warden, found they hadn't been inspected, and then went and to the check station to be inspected and found that they had live mussels on there. Those veligers, which is a microscopic larval form or a live mussel, if they were to get into the water system, you have to wait till the following spring when the water is about 50 degrees for them to reproduce. And then it takes those veligers will go through the water system. And then we do our testing when the water temperatures are mid 60s. So, midsummer, and we're doing testing right now. Veliger detection is the primary source where we can identify it as positive water. Or
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part of what you just said. Can you gentlemen hear me? Are you having technical difficulty? If you are, just kind of give me a wave or continue.
I think we got it handled.
Okay, welcome back.
Sorry about that. Thank you. So there is environmental DNA that we can use to test the water, but it's highly sensitive, and you can get a hit off of a dead mussel being in the water. So veligers are our only really option as far as testing to see if the water is positive. So they recommend 2 years. And with that, I'll stand for any questions if you have them, Madam Chair.
And it's Mr. Osterland. Am I saying your name correctly?
That's correct.
Do you have the information about how many warnings and citations you issued? And I recall we had a discussion about how many of those were issued to out-of-state versus in-state residents.
Yeah, the director's digging right now.
We'll wait to get those numbers. Committee members, do you have any questions for Game and Fish? Representative Hunt and then Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In relation to this, to Section C of the proposed legislation, when it comes to the assessing fines for if it can be proven that your boat caused an infestation, how difficult is that to prove? And I mean, how much time in a hypothetical scenario as such as that, how much time and resources and effort would be required to track that down and definitively prove that this particular boat caused this infestation in this body of water.
Mr. Osterland?
Madam Chair, Representative Hunt, it'd be extremely difficult to pinpoint whether that infestation came from that boat.
Senator Schuler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, that was part of one of the questions I was going to ask. So thank you, Representative Hunt. The other thing I wanted to ask is, I know we have really good, law enforcement at our state port of entries, but what I worry about is where we have people coming in on state highways where there's no place to check. And I'm wondering, is that a way, is that provide some wiggle room for folks to get out of maybe being litigated if they have issues because there are no check stations on some of these places?
Mr. Osterland?
Madam Chair, Representative Schuler, yes, so our approach to our check stations is a perimeter approach, but we do have check stations set up at certain waters on site, like Lendo, for instance. The other part of that whole equation is that we don't run them 24/7. We just don't have the manpower. But the way that our regulation reads is that if they are coming into the state and they're not sealed from another state, they're required to get an inspection. So no matter if they're coming in a secondary highway, before they launch, they're required to get an inspection, which means that they would have to, which we have people do all the time, contact a regional office and say, I'm coming in at this time or at Cheyenne headquarters, and then we'll do an inspection.
Further questions? Senator Landon?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is probably for the director, but perhaps for our fisheries director. I'm trying to get my arms around what this bill would do to my constituents. For example, if one of my boaters in my district takes off and goes to Flaming Gorge or Bear Lake or Pactola, and then is driving home and gets pulled over, having not stopped somewhere to get the boat checked, do my constituents fall under what we're doing right here?
Director or Mr. Osterland?
Madam Chair, so to answer that question, so if they went to an infested water, the way our regulation reads is that it's mandatory for them to be inspected and deconned. The way this bill reads, the draft bill, it should not impact them. Right now, the requirements, this bill would not change the requirements of having to be inspected or decontaminated. All this would do would be pose a strict liability that if they do not do that and they're checked out on the water and found that they haven't been inspected, sent back to a check station within 48 hours to be inspected and found that they have live mussels, that's when that would kick in.
Further questions or comments from committee members? Representative Sweeney?
So thank you, Madam Chairman. So my concern is, do we see a lot of folks from Colorado that are not trying to be compliant?
Director Osterland, and maybe even more broader, not just Colorado, but other out-of-state boat users?
Madam Chair, Representative Sweeney, you know, our every year our compliance rate is getting better. Colorado, to be specific, does not have any positives right now, which is good. Our major concern right now for us is the southwest corner of the state, where people are coming from Lake Powell with quagga mussels, and more recently on the eastern flank of the state, South Dakota, where they have multiple positives. In fact, they found another lake in South Dakota here recently that's got zebra mussels in it by Mitchell, South Dakota. So yeah, the compliance rate is getting better every year, and the director has those numbers as far as the citations and warnings. Madam Chair, if you're ready for that.
Yes, thank you. Director?
Madam Chair, so in this is information from 2020. There were a total of 226 folks that were where there was an enforcement action taken for failing to stop at a check station. 199 of those were warnings, 27 of those were citations. Of the citations, 1 was a resident, 26 were non-residents. And most of those, a majority of those were from Utah. Conversely, with regards to, and this addresses Representative Sweeney's question a little bit, you know, we don't issue citations if we don't believe that folks had an ability to know, and we try to use a lot of discretion for folks who, you know, without any intent or without any knowledge of Wyoming's requirements, fail to get their boat inspected, especially when they haven't actually put the boats, haven't jeopardized the water by putting a boat that's got zebra mussels on it in a water. We haven't had that happen yet. But anyway, there were a total of 52 of those violations in 2020. 50 of those resulted in warnings, 2 of those in citations, and the bond amount on that is $450. And so when you have higher bond amounts like that too, wardens use a lot of discretion in trying to figure out if and use a, you know, apply a tool that will be effective in preventing the behavior in the future. And a $450 ticket's significant. When there's, you know, when our folks believe that either somebody's been warned before, or they had a great opportunity to know, or they posed risk to a water, you know, they'll use the law as they need to use the law to deal with that. But we don't have a lot of folks that intentionally try to break this law.
Okay, follow-up questions for Game and Fish? Representative Hunt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What about a scenario of, and if you kind of touched on this already, I missed it or got confused, I apologize, but Director, if you've got somebody who who is traveling through the state who does not intend to put into the water here, do you ever have a case like that where they're, I don't know, they're coming from Utah and they get stopped, or they do stop, or whatever the case is, and they're saying, I'm on my way to, you know, McConaughey in Nebraska. I mean, I guess everybody is required to stop, but do you ever have an issue of similar to that, where they're saying, I don't intend to put into the water in Wyoming, I'm just passing through, going elsewhere?
Director Nesvik?
Yeah, great. That's a great question, and this is complicated. So I'm going to hopefully be able to answer that to clarify it, Madam Chair. So Representative Hunt, the requirement right now is that, number one, if you go by a check station, you have to stop. As Chief Osterland indicated, you know, they're not open 24/7. So you could actually go through our busiest one, which is the Evanston Port of Entry, at 2 in the morning, and there's no check station there. You would not be in any violation of any law if you traveled from Evanston to Pine Bluffs and never put your boat on the water in Wyoming. You would be in violation of the law if you just blew by the check station and didn't stop when it was open. If you, regardless of whether you passed a check station or not, if you come from out of state and you put your boat on the water in Wyoming without having it inspected at a check station or at another spot, then you are in violation of the law for putting the boat on the water without an inspection.
Okay. Additional questions for Director Nesvik? Okay, seeing none. I am curious if we have anybody who signed up online to testify, and then is there anyone in the audience that wants to testify on aquatic invasive species and this bill draft in particular?
Madam Chairman, if I could offer just a point of clarification, I think I may have misspoke earlier, and I just want to make sure that wasn't the case.
Okay, Mr. Brody.
So under current law, that subsection B in the bill on page 3. The Game and Fish, or the state Department of State Parks, they can receive damages for enforcing the provisions of the article, but they're specifically precluded from using any of that money for the eradication of an invasive species. So the difference between subsection B and subsection C is that the damages that are going to be received by the agency can be used for that specific purpose that's not allowed in B, namely the eradication of the aquatic invasive species. So I wasn't sure if I misspoke earlier, but I wanted to make clear just in case.
I appreciate that. That's an important distinction. Alrighty, committee members, what's your pleasure? Representative, Madam Co-Chair.
Madam Chairman, if I guess I'd like to feel the temperature of the committee. I think it would be my suggestion that we maybe table this until our next meeting. This is a pretty heavy hit here, and I think we need to kick this around a little more. So your thoughts?
I'm seeing committee members shaking their head in agreement. Representative Sweeney.
So, Madam Chairman, I'm prepared to move forward today, but just remembering your co-chair, Madam Chairman, really worked very gallantly on the House floor just to get $100,000, which I don't believe we were successful. And
neither of us was.
And so I don't know where this will go, but I certainly am willing to fight for it. I just recall we failed miserably on the 100,000, but it's a budget session and folks have got to take this seriously, and this is heavy-handed, but maybe that's what it's going to take. Maybe it's time for no carrot, just the stick.
Okay. Senator Landon.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think when a motion to table is made, I believe it didn't take a second, and I believe that may have tabled the bill, which, by the way, I support. I think this is an important enough consideration that we could certainly take it up in the next meeting. I agree with some of the points made by my good friend from Natrona County. That said, I think it's probably a billboard bill. From what I've heard from the department, I think it's a very difficult thing to enforce. On the other hand, it's billboard enough that people coming into our state or whatever, they know that they'd better take care of this. So I think it's worthy of consideration, but I'd like to see us move this to the third meeting. That gives us time to think about it.
Yeah, so, my co-chair made the motion to table, and I could use some guidance on what that motion, if it's debatable or not, or if we have to vote on it. But, I certainly think that it's a heavy-handed approach. I think the public, to weigh in, seeing no public comment today is, I'd like to hear something, and then just something that gave me pause was that it would take up to 2 years for the presence of the mussels or aquatic invasive to show up. I really want to think about that a little bit longer and what the impact could be for potential violators. So I'm comfortable with that, but I just want to make sure we're following protocol on a motion to table. Or maybe she withdraws it and we just collectively decide to lay it back.
I'm happy to do whatever. Mainly, I just would like to, Madam Chairman, excuse me, mainly I just think we need to have this out on the public record, maybe a little bit longer. I would like to take it up at our next meeting. So I would certainly remove my motion if the committee would be so inclined to just moving this to the next meeting.
All righty, Chairman's prerogative, we're going to lay this back for another meeting. Director Nesvik, Game and Fish, thank you for your testimony on it today. I do think it's an important concept because it is, just thinking of that causation, that proximate cause. How would we ever prove that it was your boat that brought in a mussel when you have multiple violators? That's a hurdle. And at the end of the day, what we're not seeking to penalize people and recognizing that they're never going to be able to fully afford the cost of eradicating this if they become present in our waterways, but it is that deterrent factor. So we're going to lay this back and we'll continue to work with Game and Fish, and let's all between now and our next meeting make sure we really study these statutes and understand the impact. With that, let's move on to our next topic. We have agency update on the Wildlife Task Force as well as the elk feed ground. So Director Nesvik, I'll leave it to you to kick us off on those two topics.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will, in understanding where you're at with time, I will be as concise as I can be here. So first of all, the Wyoming Wildlife Task Force, I've provided this committee with an overview of the membership and what their charge is for that group. The group has now met 3 times. They'll be meeting again next Wednesday. The good co-chairman there is a member of that group, as is Representative Summers from the House. And anyway, the group has made over 3 meetings, has invested in some very good discussion. They've outlined how they want to do business, kind of their business rules. They've outlined the major topics that they want to take up over this next 12 to 18 months. Now we're probably less than that. You know, they've focused on, if I was to summarize their primary focus, it's on providing hunter opportunity and a lot of licensing type of issues, looking at interactions between opportunity, habitat, and how landowners in Wyoming play into that. And then also, you know, a handful of other kind of periphery issues at the bottom of their list. I think they've identified about 5 major categories of priority. In the first 3 meetings, they have actually already passed 4 recommendations. 3 of those could at some point pertain to the legislature. 2 of them involve a request for a bill draft. So I'm going to summarize those quickly. The first, the committee has heard from a lot of their constituents. They've actually, outside of the public meetings that have been conducted, all of them in Casper now. Outside of those, they've also engaged constituents in their local communities in formal meetings. And one of the things that certainly has come from the public is an interest in trying to deal with the grizzly bear issue in our state, with a fully recovered, biologically recovered grizzly bear population, and still that species being managed by the federal government. The Wildlife Task Force agreed to, there was a couple of folks that were absent, but the folks that were present unanimously supported a letter to the governor supporting any efforts that he can make to transfer the management of grizzly bears to the state. The second recommendations that they made was to ask the governor to fund the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund up to at least $200 million. And that, again, is starting with a letter to the governor, but certainly at some point, if that was to be placed into the governor's budget, could become a legislative issue, or it could be brought by somebody from the legislature to fund, to appropriate more money to the trust. The 2 specific recommendations that they've dealt with, that they've asked be brought for your consideration for a bill draft, relate directly to what they call they've termed now the Big 5. So the Big 5 are the following 5 species: moose, mountain goat, grizzly bear, bighorn sheep, and I get them all? Grizzly bear, bighorn sheep, moose, mountain goat,
Bison.
Bison. Thank you. Thank you to the good co-chairman. And what the group is recommending is, and I can read the specific language, or I can work, if the committee decides to go down this road, I can work with LSO with this language, but essentially to consider a bill that would allocate all of those species at a rate of 90% of the licenses to residents and 10% to non-residents. Currently, those licenses are issued, it varies, but some are at a 20-80 split and some are at a 25-75 split. And so as a starting point, there was agreement to move forward just on those specific licenses. The group has not, they've begun discussions, but have not finalized anything or made any final recommendations on all the other species. And as you're well aware, those other species have been considered by the legislature before several times through multiple different bills. The other recommendation that they made regarding licenses was to change the once in a lifetime provision that now currently applies to bull bison, to grizzly bear, and to mountain goat, to also apply that to bighorn sheep and moose. And the reality is that those opportunities, based on the number of licenses that we issue now and the demand for those licenses, those have essentially become once in a lifetime opportunities anyway. But if they were, the discussion the group had is that if it was changed so that folks after they've drawn, for example, a bighorn sheep license couldn't apply in the future, that was their one shot, it would reduce the overall demand. And there are actually cases where people have drawn 2 or 3 where another person has never drawn one. So those are the 2 recommendations that I bring to you today. I would ask, since she's a member of the committee, if the co-chairman has anything to add or anything I might have missed. I did do that quickly in the interest of your time, but I would ask her first, and then if not, I'll answer any questions the group might have.
Thank you, Director Nesbitt. I don't believe my co-chair has anything to offer in addition to that. I do have a question on the once in a lifetime, because I know that concept was brought last session in the TRW committee. Is there any possibility that if you are out on your once in a lifetime, like you put in for your sheep, you get it or you don't, and so you're forever barred from being on that list again, that list will somehow exhaust to the point where you have sheep again that are available with nobody drawing? Or is there a way to create like a tier that says, first we're going to go, you're on the list if you've never drawn, and then if there's nobody on that list, then we'll do again like the lottery for your second draw, and kind of keep track of it that way? Or is that even so far, we don't ever need to worry about that, because we'll always have people putting in for a first time draw on one of those big 5?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I do not believe there's ever a potential for the list to be exhausted. Right now, if you started today with buying preference points as a resident, you'd be probably fortunate to draw in 35 to 40 years. And so I just don't see a potential for that to happen where the list would be exhausted. And we did actually have Laramie County Community College put together some pretty good analysis of this. And certainly that data showed that that wouldn't be an issue. There is a concern. I will tell you that when I mentioned this, I did talk only about males. We do still in some places hunt and issue licenses for cow moose. We have in the past at certain times for wildlife management purposes issued licenses for ewes and lamb bighorn sheep. And our recommendation is, and also cow bison, our recommendation is to exclude those from the once in a lifetime provision, because I do believe, especially with cow bison, that we could actually run out of hunters when we're trying to significantly reduce that bison herd up in the Teton County area.
Okay. Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And Director, if you could just speak briefly to part of the problem with regard to those big 5 species, the reduction in number on moose particularly and sheep, because that entered into our conversation as well. Thank you.
Director?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Madam Co-Chair. So certainly the number of licenses that we issue for specifically moose over the last 30 years has changed dramatically. It's decreased. We've seen specifically in Teton County, we've seen significant reductions in moose populations over the last 30 years. We've seen the same reductions in some other parts of the state. And so, yeah, we don't issue as many licenses as we used to, but we have even more demand than we used to. And the same applies with bighorn sheep, not nearly to the same extent, But that condition, at least right now, we're in kind of a trough with our total number of licenses issued for bighorn sheep.
Additional questions for the director, Senator Schuler?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Director, I'm just wondering, I haven't had a chance to listen to all of the information that's come forth with the task force, but I'm kind of wondering how much of the public are getting involved in this, because I know when the bill draft we had last year, we got hundreds of emails about making some changes. And so I'm wondering if the public is being involved as we speak.
Director?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Senator Schuler, great question. And yes, we've had some pretty good public engagement. I mean, we've had several hundred written comments there. They've been very thoughtful from my perspective. We're not seeing a lot of kind of the form letter thing. It's individual comments from people that are very interested in the topic, both pro and against. We've also had some good public comment. People show up to these meetings and provide some great testimony. And like I said, very thoughtful, well articulated testimony. So from my perspective, there's been good public involvement to this point. I know I've received a lot of questions, phone calls, emails regarding the task force, and so people are watching.
Okay. Additional questions? Director, can you refresh my memory a little bit on the funding? Because when we looked at the 90-10 issue in the Senate last spring, there was a discussion about funding and impacting your budget. Can you just remind me of some of those numbers?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chairman. So that has always been, from the department's perspective, one of our utmost concerns with any change to license allocation is how it affects our revenue. The 90-10 specifically for these big five species, the impacts are minimal because we issue so few licenses for those species. As a whole, though, looking across all species, changing the allocation, especially deer, elk, and antelope, has a pretty significant impact to our revenue stream. When that bill was introduced last year, Senator Hicks chose to address that concern by in the bill increasing non-resident license fees to compensate for that. And I felt like, based on all of our projections, the fees that he changed offset that impact. The way that there was many ways that bill could have been drafted. It's very complex how licenses are issued and at what point leftover licenses are issued and to who they're issued to. And so the way that he drafted that bill, at the end of the day, could have been more, could have been less, but it was an impact of around $8 million that he offset, an annual $8 million that he offset with non-resident license fee increases.
But just to follow up, was that, sorry, yeah, Representative, my co-chair.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Director, could you speak specifically, though, with regard if this committee were to draft legislation to change the license allocation to 90-10 for just the big five, what would that net change be to the department for just this particular change?
So, Madam Chair, Madam Co-Chair, it's small enough that we're talking about less than 500,000. I don't have the specific number here today, but I'd be glad if this bill does get drafted to do a really deep dive on that at the next meeting to show you exactly what it would be. But again, it's not significant.
Director, one more question. So again, when we took up this issue in the Senate, one of the things we relied on in saying we weren't ready to move forward was we wanted the task force to have the opportunity to do its job. And I just want to make sure we're not getting ahead of ourselves. I mean, do you think there's more conversation and refinement that needs to occur before a bill draft, before we consider that today? Or do you think that the Wildlife Task Force has pretty much buttoned up its talk and thoughts on hunting allocations at this point in time?
So, Madam
just
Chair,
for the members of the public that are listening, we meet today and we meet one more time again in the fall. And so if we vote on a bill draft, that would need to happen today so that we have it to consider at our last meeting that we can take forward to the session. So if the task force has more work it wants to do, it might be premature for us to act on anything today. But if we decide to do a bill draft today, then it would be really unfortunate for the task force to say, oh, wait, we want to do X, Y, Z, and then we're playing catch up. So that's why I'm trying to sort this out. And I know the director appreciates that, but I know people are listening, and that's the quandary that I find myself in. Director?
Madam Chair, so the task force very deliberately, methodically separated out this issue that I brought to you today from everything else. And their recommendation was to bring this to you now, and that they felt, I mean, they voted and they feel like they've moved on past the allocation for the big five. And again, it was not a contentious issue. There was certainly, they studied it well. There was a lot of discussion. At the end of the day, though, there was agreement, even from those folks that are vehemently opposed to the other change with all the other species. There was agreement from the task force. Now, I will tell you that because these things are so overlapped and complicated, that could the task force go, oh, shoot, we missed that before we went to the legislature? That could happen. But they did ask that we bring this to you now and ask for a bill draft.
Thank you, Director. And I know Senator Salazar had some concerns about the task force being responsive by the next session. Did you want to offer any comments, Senator?
No, no, I did have some concerns, and that's why I was anxious to hear the director's comments. And I was specifically looking at the top 5. So my concerns are addressed.
Okay, further questions from committee members? Seeing none, just to get a sense, how many people have registered online to testify on this topic? And then if I could get a show of hands on just the wildlife task force and the request for a bill draft, or the kind of the overview we got about the task force. Is there anyone that wants to testify at this time in the public? I don't see any hands being raised in the room.
Madam Chairman, there's no one online.
And there's no one online. Okay. Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Okay. So we could be done now on the wildlife task force update. Committee, is there a motion?
Madam Chairman.
Madam Co-Chair?
I would like to move that we have LSO draft legislation to specifically with regard to the big 5, that we change the license allocation to 90-10, once in a lifetime draw. And do you need any more information than that?
Mr. Brody?
Madam Chairman, just clarification. Do you want 2 bill drafts on those discrete topics, or 1 bill draft covering both?
1 bill draft.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Sweeney. Discussion on the motion. Committee members, I would urge your aye vote. We relied heavily on citizens to come together and come up with an agreement. And I think it's always encouraging when you hear people appointed these types of task forces and, offering their comments to, at our request, and they followed through with our request. So, certainly this doesn't mean that you need to vote for it when it comes before this committee, but at least to have a bill draft for us to consider, I think is appropriate. Recognizing too with the director that once that bill draft comes out, maybe your task force takes a look at it, sees things we missed or could fine tune, certainly welcome all that feedback throughout the process. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye or raising your virtual hand. All those opposed, raise your virtual hand or say no. Okay, it looks like the motion passes. We'll have a bill draft to look at it for our next meeting. Madam Co-Chair.
Madam Chairman, thank you. I would just like to also mention publicly that you can access the Wyoming Wildlife Task Force website to provide public comment either through the Game and Fishes website, or the following is the Wyoming Wildlife Task Force site specifically, https://sites.google.com/wyo.gov/Wyoming Wildlife Task Force. And please go there and provide your feedback. Thank you.
And then, if Madam Co-Chair would email us that link, that would be helpful as well, and make it available through our LSO documents. Thank you, Director Nesbitt. Do you have an update on elk feed grounds or anything else you'd like to provide to the committee?
Yes, ma'am. I'll give you just a quick update on where we're at with our collaborative process. I'm not gonna, I'll answer questions certainly, but I won't go through any of the background. I've talked to this committee multiple times about where we're at with the feed ground process. We have initiated the second phase of this attempt to seek a lot of public comment and a lot of experts to help us look forward to what elk feed ground management will look like in the future. I've said this before and I'll say it now. This is not a feed ground closure process. This is simply a way to consider everything new, the new science, to consider the political issues, economic issues, disease issues, and find something that's durable, publicly supported, long-term for our 22 department-owned elk feed grounds. We are moving forward with that process now. We are, one of the things that we heard from folks is that a lot of times when we conduct collaborative processes, you're bringing all these different perspectives in the room, and folks ask that they understand that, but they wanted an opportunity to meet with like constituents and groups first. And so that people that have like interests could come up with their ideas and solutions and then bring them to the broader group. And so it's quite a process. I'm very proud of our team from the department that has put this thing together. I'm confident that we're going to hear from all perspectives on this thing from the folks that on all sides of it. I'll leave it at that. The time frame for this is long. It's, we're looking at over 12 months before we even have a draft plan out, but we're trying to do this right versus fast. And these different constituent stakeholder groups, I think there's probably 8 or 9 of them, will be meeting several times over this next 12 to 18 months to provide input to that. Madam Chair, I'll stop there, and it's pretty broad. I realize that I didn't talk all the details, but I'm glad to if anybody's got questions or wants more clarity.
Thank you, Director. And please, committee members, if you're interested in the feed ground issue, this is a great chance to ask those questions. So, we are behind schedule, but this is on our topic list, and the feed ground issue is important. We want to make sure we get your answers clarified. Are there any questions for Director Nesvik? I think Senator Grew. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Director Nesvik, you've got a lot to be proud of. I sat through the meetings. I watched a couple of them on video and other locations, went to the one in Jackson, and comprehensive, yes. It was, and inclusive, yes. I think everyone that I talked to there, whichever side of the issue they were on, walked out feeling like they were heard. It felt like they had a place in the meeting, and so much so that I even signed up for the whole 24 months or whatever it is of meetings that I said I'd go to keep following along, because it really it was. I was mightily impressed with the team you put together and how you put it together in a tough issue that a lot of people feel very passionately about. The department did a heck of a job. So hats off to you. And like I say, I signed up for the whole spiel to be there to follow it through. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Further questions or comments? Representative Sweeney.
I would just thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to echo those comments. Representative Walters and I attended the one there in Casper. The attendance wasn't that great, but I thought it went extremely well. Questions were answered in the online series before that in step 1. Also, I think some great information came out, and I really am very proud of the department and direction we're heading on this very crucial issue to our state and the elk population.
Thank you. Any other questions for Director Nesvik? Okay.
Madam Chair, I do have one thing on a completely unrelated note, if there are no questions on game and fish stuff.
Yes, please proceed.
So, Madam Chair, I'm wearing my other hat as Wyoming's Army National Guard Commanding General. I did want to tell you how much I respect and the honor that you bestowed on military service this morning. And many of you may have heard, I'm sad to report that one of those Marines that lost his life yesterday was from Bondurant, Wyoming, a young man named Riley McCollum. And sad to hear, but I think it shows that Wyoming people are patriotic and dedicated to military service. And, it can happen anywhere, even in little small town Wyoming, that we have one of our great servicemen or women that we lose in this war on terrorism. Thank you.
Director Nesvik, Chairman Ellis stepped away for a moment, but thank you for sharing that. And please, by all means, keep us posted if there's anything that any of us can do. Senator Landon also has some comments, but we certainly had no idea this morning that one of our own was surely one of them. They're all our own, but it's really close to home, this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Director Nesvik, thanks for those comments. That news was just beginning to get around, and I know Wyoming will take that pretty hard. I apologize for following that with a couple of insignificant things compared to that message, but I didn't want to catch you unaware, Director. I would really appreciate, at the end of the meeting, I was going to suggest maybe a report back on a couple of things that have come to me. My understanding is that there's a consideration up at the Story fish hatchery that we're going to eliminate a building, and somebody who lives up there part-time indicated that community hates to see a 120-year-old building torn down. So that's something maybe for the next meeting. The second thing is the ranch out on Powder River that was donated to the state of Wyoming. And I'm looking at the good director here in the building and at you on the screen, Director Nesvik. But if we could get a report back on whether or not we're going to try to provide access to that property in order to utilize it, or, where do we stand on that property on the Powder River? So those two things, and thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thanks, Director. And fish hatcheries are on our next, it's a topic that we'll be taking up in Casper at our next meeting. So that would be good. And maybe we can visit more a little bit about the second issue. I'm a little unaware of what's going on with that. So, alrighty, committee. With that, thank you, Director Nesvik. We're going to move on to public comment in general. Before we do that, I know there's concern about the Via Ferrata. I've asked Director Westby to provide us with some information. There's a meeting on Monday. I'd like to know what's going to happen at that meeting. And then, as a follow-up, if committee members wanted to request information about presenters or public comment, just give us a little bit of information about what's going to happen on Monday and what you do with that information. We're a little behind the 8-ball, committee members. We haven't been, if you haven't read this master plan, you can take a look at it now and see if you feel prepared. But I just feel really unprepared to be diving into all of this today. But Director, if you could give us some information about Monday's meeting, that would be great.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Our meeting on Monday was really an open house to kind of showcase the hard work of the last year and a half, 2 years of the planning effort for the master plan for Sings Canyon State Park. Through some of the comments and through some of the suggestions from Senator Case, we've modified the meeting on Monday to be, we're going to still showcase open house with the master plan, discuss the process, kind of celebrate the success of the work of the individuals that helped us get to that planning process complete. And then open it up for some public comment, verbal public comment. And then we find it's a lot more, there's some people that don't feel comfortable standing up in front of a big crowd and speaking. And so we are going to break it out into groups. We'll have representatives and people can go in a smaller type setting to have those questions, present those questions, have the questions answered in a smaller group. We will be taking those comments as well. And then we're also going to have a comment card that can be filled out, written, and left. I know Director Nesvik and myself and our commissioners and maybe you all as well are getting emails from from individuals, both pro and con for the Via Ferrata, one of the products that came out of the master planning process. And so we felt from the urging, and I appreciate Senator bringing that suggestion forward for us to do that on Monday night. But I really do, in all of our response to all the emails that we're getting, we're just inviting everybody to come to that Monday meeting and continue either their conversation or gather their education on the process and what has transpired over the last 2 years to get us to this point. And so hopefully we'll be able to gather all that information. And if there needs to be an amendment or some kind of modification to the plan, we'll take that forward as well under consideration. As with a lot of the conversation that I heard today about some of the other planning processes that Director Nesvik and his team were doing, there was a lot of public input. There was a lot of people that spent their time and attended the meetings and had the opportunity to help craft that plan. And so we don't want to discount their efforts as well. And so hopefully we can gather this information, balance what we need to balance, and make those decisions on how we move forward.
Thank you. Questions for the director? Madam Co-Chair.
Director, is this a particular decision for this particular project? Is it a legislative decision, or does the decision fall within state parks?
Madam Chairman, Madam Co-Chairman, I do not think it's a legislative decision that needs to be made.
Okay, thank you, Director. Any more questions? Seeing none. Before we identify, I think we're, in the interest of our time and making sure we're getting people on the road like we had planned with our agenda. There was one man who had reached out to my co-chair and I, wanted to briefly introduce himself. So if you wanted to come forward, this is not on the Via Ferrata, but please welcome, introduce yourself for the record. And then from there, we'll have 3 project opponents and then 3 project proponents and opponents. I don't really have a preference. It's been a long day already. Just teed up and we'll dive into it from there. But let's first start with this nice gentleman here.
Thanks, Chairwoman Ellis and committee. My name is Michael Kusick. I'm with the Wyoming Outdoor Recreation Business Alliance. It's a trade association just started to work on behalf of those who are directly and indirectly beneficiaries of the great outdoor recreation economy we have in Wyoming. Our primary focus will be to grow the outdoor rec economy in municipalities and counties around the state to help bolster those local economies and increase the overall experience for users and participants in all types of rec that we have in our great state. We hope to do so also with keeping Wyoming values in mind, clean air, clean wildlife, or healthy wildlife, healthy fisheries, protecting the values of a community. We don't want to change one community or another type of community. The way you do recreation in Gillette's very different than how you do it in Jackson, Wyoming. We want to maintain those community values. And I'm looking forward to working with you at some point or having a chance to do a larger presentation, perhaps the next meeting. Thank you for the time. I appreciate all the work. And I'm also glad to be a commercial between the preview and the main event of this Via Ferrata talk, but thanks for your time. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Kusiak? Thank you for being with us today. Okay. Mr. Brody, do we have people online that are wanting to be admitted into the waiting room, or that are in the waiting room wanting to be admitted into the meeting?
We have Representative Larson on the Zoom platform, and I believe that is all.
Okay, and then, and I believe he wants to speak in favor of the Via Ferrata project. Are there individuals in this room that want to speak in favor of the project? We have a commissioner who we've heard from. So let's proceed as a courtesy to Representative Larson, and then we'll go with Commissioner Jones from there. Oh, and then 3 minutes per speaker. How about we start, Commissioner Jones is here while we make sure, he's here actually now. Let's just start with Representative Larson for 3 minutes, and then we'll hear from Commissioner Jones. Welcome, Representative.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. had to do a little scrambling, had not anticipated the committee hearing anything on this via ferrata issue, but appreciate what the committee is trying to do to allow the citizens of the state to participate in the process that we use. I would just share with the committee that the discussion on how we use Sinks Canyon has been going on for a couple of years. The scoping process for the master plan has been ongoing. The state lands or state parks invited local legislators and commissioners, as well as stakeholders in the community, to participate. Some did, some didn't. As we worked through that process, one of the key considerations that was asked was, does Sinks Canyon State Park, does it need to be more inclusive or exclusive? And we see it as an interface, and what we looked at is we see it's really kind of an interface, provide an opportunity for people who really can't get into the backcountry and enjoy some of the wilderness that Wyoming has, and particularly in climbing experience and other experience, to yet have an experience outdoors that allows them to see some of the wonderful things that Wyoming has. The park itself is about half a mile wide, maybe 3/4 of a mile wide, and 3 or 4 miles long. State highway goes through it. We have power lines through it. We have a visitor center in it. We have a playground in it. We have paved camp sites. We have paved walkways. And so it's, there's some consideration that perhaps this via ferrata or some of the other things would detract from the wilderness of Sinks Canyon. I would just invite the committee to go drive up Sinks Canyon, and the components that there just do not really, in my mind, qualify it as wilderness as I'm used to perhaps seeing wilderness. I think that there's concerns on who was allowed to participate that, and I would just share with the committee that going back and reviewing the emails, that there's a large list, including, Madam Chairman, you recall in our tribal relations meeting that there was some concern that the tribes weren't invited to participate, when indeed they were. In fact, on the via ferrata itself, the Eastern Shoshone tribe was asked to see if there perhaps would be a name that they would like to submit. Josh Mann, the director for their tribal historic preservation office, submitted an Indian name that I will not attempt to, but I guess the point is that they were really involved. There's concerns over peregrine falcons. I think Game and Fish have looked at that. The peregrine falcons have not been endangered now since, my understanding, the 90s. This face where they nest now is currently used by climbers. There's no restriction based on the time that they're nesting or not. And so I think that there's been a pretty good process in trying to make the park a better place for residents, and it really fits into this discussion you've had on outdoor recreation, particularly in my community, where you hear a lot of people say we need to find other means of generating revenue for the state other than minerals, and they always point to tourism and outdoor education. So this via ferrata idea comes up, and
thank you. Thank you, Representative Larson. We appreciate it. Questions for Representative Larson? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. We have Commissioner Jones. Welcome.
Thank you. Michael Jones, Fremont County Commissioner. I've been a part of the via ferrata process from the very beginning. I was a part of the master planning process. I'm also a part of the Wind River Outdoor Recreational Collaborative, one of these collaboratives that includes representatives from our land managers, federal land managers, our interest groups, and our local businesses that are involved in outdoor recreation. I would say there is a good amount of support in Lander. I'm also part of the economic development group called LEDA. They support this project. Our Chamber of Commerce in Lander supports this project. I have been comfortable with the overall process. When we were in the master planning process, that it did have multiple meetings with the public available. That being said, I have been talking to some of our local constituents, and they still have a concern that they're not being heard. I've met with some of the directors of state parks. I think there's some tweaking to the process going on where we can look at this meeting and listen to the comments that come back in, maybe do a further evaluation, and then have another meeting in the future to make sure that we've dotted the i's, crossed the t's in terms of a public process. And I certainly support that. I know there's some concerns that we're going to get overblown. And I'm sorry to pick on Jackson, but nobody wants Lander to become Jackson. It's got a small town feel. I feel like this project all along has been a very responsible approach to economic development and management of our resources, and I continue to support that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for Commissioner Jones? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today. Do we have anybody online that wanted to testify in favor or in opposition to the project?
No, Madam Chairman.
Okay, so we have, can we have 3 individuals who, absolutely, Senator Case, I was just going to say, you know, Representative Larson, and I was just going to finish my sentence. If you wanted to join or offer some comments, we'd welcome them.
Madam Chairman, I'd just like to make sure I'm not one of the 3.
Please proceed.
Am I one of the 3, Madam Chairman?
Yes. Yes.
I yield.
We have 3 participants who would like to offer opposition. Please come forward, all 3 of you. Thank you. And I think Senator Case, I think there's going to be room at the table. Is that not right? Okay, Senator Case is yielded. Welcome. I'll let you start. Just please identify yourself for the record and push the green button. Thank you.
Would it be okay if we had her start first? Okay.
Hello, Madam Chair. I'm Carol Chidsey. I'm a resident of Fremont County. First, I'd like to say I feel it is very appropriate that we're here now, particularly since you have been addressing generating funding or income from outdoor recreation, and that's what we also are interested in. So I wrote something here. So first, I want to voice my support for the Sinks Canyon Master Plan that they did in 2020. I really appreciate the time that went into it. Its primary planning principle was to keep the canyon wild. And I urge you to keep those words in mind as you consider the Via Ferrata issue. And for some of you who don't know what the Via Ferrata is, even though you've been hearing the word, it is a climbing route that employs steel cables, rungs, or ladders fixed to a rock face, which climbers attach harnesses to protect against falls. It is meant to give people with limited climbing skills a climbing experience. I'm very comfortable with the master plan's second principle to leverage economic development in Fremont County. I feel that is a necessary thing. We do need to look at outdoor recreation. We believe there are opportunities to do so in the state park by appealing to new visitors such as birders, photographers, fishermen, and more who can spring off existing infrastructure programs. But I strongly oppose leveraging economic development in the canyon to destroy an untouched area by building a Via Ferrata. Proponents of the construction repeatedly cite the success of a similar project in Ouray, Colorado. According to Lander's Friends of the Via Ferrata, Ouray anticipates that 10,000 visitors a year will come to climb their Via Ferrata. Thousands and thousands, and they are not even on the route to Yellowstone. So we would see thousands and thousands of additional visitors to the 600 acres of Sinks Canyon. And I did a little more digging on the Ouray project. It was built adjacent to an existing ice park built for ice climbers. It already had existing infrastructure such as adequate parking and other amenities. The immediate area had already been heavily impacted by human use. The same is true for the other Via Ferratas in the United States. In Jackson, for instance, it is at Teton Village. In contrast, Sinks Canyon does not currently have anything, especially parking, adequate to serve 10,000 additional visitors. In the narrow part of the canyon where the construction is proposed, there simply is not enough acreage to add that without significantly changing the existing environment. The location is currently one of the few undisturbed areas of the park, and the major construction would destroy that. Once again, I agree that a via ferrata adds to the lures of Fremont County visitors and will benefit the community financially.
Ma'am, that's 3 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Questions from committee members? And Senator Landon, you might turn off your mic if you don't intentionally have it on. Questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. And my name is Bob Oakleaf. I've been a resident of Lander for 44 years. I have a couple of passions that I've worked at. One is peregrine falcons. I've studied them for 49 years. And the other is the game and fish. I worked for them for 37 years and volunteered with them. I passed out my specific, I guess, my notes and my comments. So you have those, and I encourage you to read them. And I know we're short on time. It'd take me longer than 3 minutes to go through them all. I would like to just say that I'm here to encourage the committee to support a pause on the development of a via ferrata and encourage greater public and agency review of alternatives, including the alternative of no action. And I am glad to hear what Commissioner Jones had to say, and Director Westby indicated that there might be room for more evaluation, because many of us are of the strong opinion that there was not significant evaluation or of the impacts, of the environmental impacts. And it was only done on a conceptual level, not on a factual scientific level. And many of us are concerned that the public involvement was on that same level. And so we are very much in favor of a greater evaluation, greater study. And specifically, my concerns is of the peregrine falcon. The via ferrata is I could go on a long time, but it's basically proposed to go right through the nucleus of the peregrine falcon nesting area. And this is one of the more important areas, the most important nest sites in my respect, because the Game and Fish owns the land. And I don't push for any specific management on public land where there's a wide variety of public uses. But I do think on Game and Fish land that they don't need to be giving it away. And especially, I am really discouraged with the amount of public involvement of this decision from the Game and Fish. I notified them in April of 2020, got a response back that they would keep me informed and others informed of the progress. And that's when the via ferrata was just a rumor. And then we heard nothing until social media in December of 2020, nearly 10 months later.
Thank you, Mr. Oakleaf, and that's
Okay.
3 minutes. And just as a request, did you all sign the public sign-in sheet? So if committee members have additional questions and want to reach out to you, they can find your phone number or email. Did you all sign in?
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you for your memorandum. Committee members, you should have that on your desk. Thank you, Mr. Oakleaf.
Mhm.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, for hearing my testimony this morning. My name is Lee Lofgren. I'm a concerned Lander citizen and a member of Citizens for Keeping Sinks Canyon Wild. I also have a climbing and a wildlife biology background. Our group is concerned about the proposed via ferrata project in Sinks Canyon and its proximity to historical peregrine falcon nesting sites. One can argue whether Sinks Canyon is wild at all anymore, but I don't think we should be willing to treat it as a sacrifice zone by giving up on the wildlife habitat that is still there. Rather, we need to maintain and improve habitat. What we're asking is for the Wyoming Game and Fish Department to adhere to the cooperative agreement they signed onto in 2017, along with the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission and other state agencies. The agreement states that Sinks Canyon State Park is within the Wyoming Game and Fish Sinks Canyon Wildlife Habitat Management Area. Note the word wildlife. The agreement states that the primary use of this land is to provide winter habitat for mule deer and bighorn sheep. It further states that secondary use, which is to provide habitat for all wildlife and to provide wildlife recreational opportunities for the public. There is no mention of any other use or priority. Therefore, wildlife first, but we all know no habitat, no wildlife. Wyoming Game and Fish Department is authorized to develop facilities deemed necessary to fulfill its responsibilities under this agreement. Is a via ferrata providing wildlife habitat or providing wildlife recreational opportunities? A resounding no to both those questions. Regarding concessions, Wyoming Game and Fish Department has the right to lease land for commercial enterprises to serve the needs of visitors. To climb a via ferrata, does it serve the two required uses of the land? Again, the answer is no. And finally, this land was purchased with federal aid funds. Does this via ferrata project have federal aid authorization? Since a via ferrata is outside the stated uses of this land, would it in any way jeopardize our Wildlife Commission's federal aid status? Thank you again, Madam Chair, for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Leafgren. Questions from committee members? Senator Landon.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And thank you for your comments. I appreciate it. I have two questions. One is, did any of the three of you participate in the meetings that were had? And then the second one is, Bob, probably for you, and I appreciate all the years you gave to the Game and Fish. Thank you for that. When do the peregrines nest? And is there an opportunity, for example, at Alcova, we shut down a couple of operations based on an osprey's nesting time. And then whatever. I mean, then we could resume activity or whatever. Now, the osprey subsequently died, apparently ran into a power line or something. But regardless of that, I'm wondering if can there be both uses?
There definitely can if it's
Mr. Oakleaf.
excuse me, Chair. There definitely can be both uses if it's sited in the right place. And that's what the concern is, that the via ferrata proponents have only focused on that, on the cliff where the conflict is. And now there could be both uses if the peregrine nesting season, the sensitive time would go from like March 20th to August 20th. So that doesn't leave a very big window for every day, all day long use of the via ferrata jungle gym.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a really long period of time for a nesting it's good to know. I didn't know it took them that long to get those little ones out of the nest. So thank you.
I would like to say I accept blame for not going to the meetings. And I thought a lot about getting involved with this issue as I hadn't. However, this is really a significant change in the mission of the park. I thought, and I accept blame, that it would be increasing climbing, perhaps, because that's a big, they're proponents for that. Building, putting in more campgrounds. They want to move the location of different buildings. I did not see anywhere that there was this significant an addition.
Thank you.
I also did not attend any of the meetings, and I find it quite interesting that most of the people in our group are real movers and shakers, and they've got their ear to the ground. They know what's going on. They know where to be and when to be there. We can blame it maybe on the pandemic. But a lot of us didn't find out about this until 4 months ago. So is that an excuse? I don't know.
Madam Chair, could I respond to that question?
Yes, Mr. Leaf, or Oakleaf, excuse me.
I did not go to the meetings, but I certainly provided comment on the rough draft, and as soon as I heard about it, I provided comment to the Game and Fish. And I gotta say, the response was less than satisfying.
Thank you for your comments. Committee members, that closes public comment on this topic. You know, as our last meeting, we had an issue that came up, and there seemed to be widespread agreement with shaking of heads about a topic to ask management council to include on our, reevaluate. And so Chairman Flitner and I wrote a letter. We went to management council and got approval for it. I'd like to ask that now, if we want to continue this discussion at our next meeting, I want a show of hands, anyone speaking in favor of it from committee members. Do you want us to affirmatively go toward management council and ask that we take up the issue of the via ferrata? And if so, then we need to start planning that. It's a matter of planning. And I'm just going to be very frank with you. I'm a new chairman to a standing committee. And so I'm trying to do my best in managing time and expectations. And so, in my profession, the sides are allotted equal times, notice, all of those requirements. And so that's what I'm very sensitive to. And, to the extent that I'm bumbling through this, I apologize. We're human and we're doing the best that we can. So I do want to provide that opportunity for committee members to make that request at this time. I think Representative Newsom wanted to make a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to not take this up because we had a similar issue in my county in Cody with the Buffalo Bill State Park and an increase in some campsites. We went through the process with state parks, which I found to be adequate for our needs. It's very similar to this. We had some opposition. We had some people in favor, and we went through that process without legislative input, solve the problem. And I think that there is a solution to this problem without the legislature getting involved, because as my chairman asked at the inception of this discussion to the state parks, is this a legislative issue? And they stated that it was not, that this is the purview of state parks to do these master plans, to come up with a solution, to take public input, which they have done, and maybe they'll take further input. But I am not in favor of this committee taking up this particular item at this juncture. Thank you.
Madam Chair, could I respond?
No. Further comments from committee members? Okay, seeing none. That portion of public comment has closed. Is there anybody else in the audience that wanted to speak about anything else unrelated to this particular issue? Alrighty, committee members, that concludes our meeting. I think LSO, if you wanted to kind of run through some of the agenda items that we'll be taking up at our next meeting, kind of where we left off. Our next meeting will be in October. I don't have the dates in front of me. But we will be meeting in Casper, and we have not announced a specific meeting location yet.
Madam Chairman, I do have just a real quick motion, if I might be granted that.
Yes, you bet. Senator Landon.
I only wanted, I'm looking at Mr. Brody over there, because by the end of the meeting, I had hoped to suggest that we might see if our staff could reach out to the folks at Gray Rocks and obtain any documents that might help them to begin a study of exactly what we have there in terms of, how long they have the property, what sorts of things we might want to consider as we move along with Gray Rocks. But that would be a motion, Madam Chairman, or perhaps we could just ask Mr. Brody to reach out to those folks and begin to study those legal documents.
Thank you, Senator Landon. I don't think a motion is necessary. I think we'll just ask John
Okay,
to see
thank
what kind
you.
of information gathering he can do on that. Any other, or Mr. Brody, do you want to just quickly recap how we're going to proceed from here? And committee members, we are, public, we're still meeting. And if you could take conversations out to the hallway. And LSO staff, we're asking LSO to work with us right now to help us wrap up this meeting. So if you've got comments that you're making to LSO staff, can you please wait until the conclusion of our meeting? Thank you.
So Madam Chairman, just to remind the committee, the next meeting is scheduled for October 25th and 26th. That's a Monday and a Tuesday. It will be held in Casper. My understanding with working at the LSO person that kind of handles this is that we're at the college there in Casper. As far as items to be included, we're going to have some bill drafts that are going to be before the committee. First off, there'll be a draft bill on the film incentive program. The idea will be to use the 20% allocation for the state lodging tax account to fund that program up to $3 million per biennium, as was recommended by the working group. We're going to kind of tailor the bill after the handout that they provided to the committee. So it'll have those two tiers. And then it'll also have a, I guess, sort of a preference for hiring veterans. And then there was other discussion on whether or not that should be include other people, but that was postponed to a later time. And then that bill would also include a requirement that the company's expenses be audited before the disbursement of any funds under the program. We were also going to reach out kind of to the search and rescue community to try and obtain a copy of the 9th District Teton County decision prohibiting sheriffs from collecting fees when it comes to search and rescue operations that have been done to rescue folks in need. And then kind of related to that is we're going to reach out to Department of Homeland Security and kind of get a breakdown of the expenses and the call outs with regard to missions that have been conducted and try to get the committee just a little bit more granular information when it comes to the missions themselves. The committee also wanted LSO to draft a letter to JAC in support of the Gaming Commission obtaining, basically turning the temporary positions that they have and are pursuing into permanent positions, given the workload that's been kind of foisted upon them through sports wagering and skill games. The committee, I guess this will be maybe part of a conversation with the chairman, but there was discussion of revisiting the issue of user fees for mountain bikes at the next meeting, but I can certainly circle back with the chairman on that. And then there's a draft bill to use scratch tickets to fund the outdoor recreation division within state parks. It'll be a fairly broad piece of legislation giving a bit of authority to the lottery corporation and kind of refining the details of how that sort of operation would work. We'll also be drafting a bill to change the Big 5 quota. The allocation will be changed from its current to 90% residents and 10% non-residents. Just for clarification, Big 5 being moose, mountain goat, bison, bighorn sheep, and grizzly bears.
And Mr. Brody, just to clarify too, that would be on male species of those, or the male bulls and rams. How's that? I don't know what you call a grizzly, I suppose, yeah, grizzly. Boar. I don't know how you.
Okay, so we'll include that limitation. Second component of that bill is to modify the once in a lifetime provisions within the game and fish statute, and to have that include bighorn sheep and moose. My understanding is that that provision would also include or allow for flexibility when it comes to hunting cow moose and cow bison, as those aren't, I guess, as highly sought, and they'd like some flexibility when it comes to managing that population. or the Game and Fish would. At the next meeting, we were going to reach out and try to get additional information with respect to some comments made by Senator Landon when it comes to a fish hatchery building, and then some property on the Powder River. And we'll get, I guess I'm going to reach out to Senator Landon individually and just make sure that we kind of get that as specific as he's wanting. And then lastly, in case I've missed anything, please let me know. But lastly, we were just going to reach out to Game and Fish maybe and try to obtain a copy of that management agreement with regard to gray rocks so that and take a look at it, provide a summary to the committee so that you can have an understanding of kind of the limitations that are imposed under that, any authority that is, given to the commission or the other parties. So you have a better understanding kind of globally of what's going on in that area. And that was it, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Any other things? Did Mr. Brody miss anything or didn't anything to add from committee members? Okay, seeing none. Thank you to everyone who attended our meeting today. And we want to thank the museum here and our host, Mr. Stark. I think we can all say that after yesterday, we really reflected when we gathered together for dinner, and just it was a moving experience to be here. And thank you to Senator Salazar for suggesting that we meet in Du Bois. That was the impetus for this. As you know, tourism is one of our areas that we look at, and I think that we will all be good ambassadors of spreading the word about this amazing facility and the work that you're doing here. So thank you again to our host. Thank you to PBS for making sure everything works smoothly and providing this broadcast to the public. And with that, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, a big thanks to the Absaroka Ranch too. Representative, thank you for last night. Appreciate it.